25. Guess need a roll call, Mr. Hatfield.
Supervisor Bates here. Supervisor Carter here. Supervisor Peters present. Supervisor Boardwine
Here.
Supervisor Atkins
Here.
Supervisor Lunsford
Here.
Vice Chairman Schoolcraft
Here.
Chairman Rivers.
Here.
We all are present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. First of the meeting today is to hear from each department, as we requested at our last meeting, on how they would approach their current budget and the upcoming budget for next year. And looks like the first one this morning is Ms. Mullins.
Thank you. And Mike has let me go first this morning. I have a transportation casino meeting at 11 o'clock in Abingdon to discuss the distribution of those dollars. And so I'm going to go over there. We have to have a quorum. I should be back here by 1:30. I think animal control, I hope to be back by the time they do their presentation. Looking at mine, the professional services, the $80,000 that is budgeted, you can see that we've gone over that, and the biggest part of that is the commissioner of revenues suits with EQT. We've had a secondary suit with regards to commissioner revenue assessment, but it doesn't run as much as the one with diversified. And we have 24,000 of that goes to an attorney who does all the juvenile court appearances and casework each week. So there are juvenile court cases every Tuesday, every Thursday, and then others during the week. So we've done that and contracted with him for 15, with him about 10. We had 3 other attorneys that would go through and do that. So he's dedicated a certain number of hours for that. The biggest part, and you can see when we go over it, just depends if they're writing briefs, if they're arguing court cases. This particular case has gone to the Court of Appeals and pending at the Supreme Court. We were successful and had a ruling in our favor at Circuit Court, Court of Appeals, and now we're at the Supreme Court. And that varies. When we're not involved in litigation, we can keep that down under, I think normally we would budget around 30, 40. With the attorney that does the juvenile court case, occasionally there's a case that goes to the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals with that, and there may be an additional cost that comes there, and it's billed hourly. I still do all the adult protective service cases. He only does juvenile court cases. If they're appealed or if there's adult protective cases, I still do those in the circuit court. If he's on vacation, we cover appear in court, in juvenile court, or on these cases, if there's anything. So, you know, that's really about the only thing. The others, office supplies, books, subscriptions, travel, the dues, those stay pretty solid unless we have to, and most of those are CLE trainings. There's credit hours that we get for any travel, and any dues are required by code to stay certified.
One thing I might add to what Karen said on the gas lawsuit, the problem that we've got is the state of Virginia has determined that each year stands on its own. So technically, they could sue us for every year, and even if we beat them in the Supreme Court, they can sue us next year. They can sue us the year after. They can sue us the year after. It's a continuous process. I don't know if they're trying to wear us down or what, but they sued us in 2011, and we won that case. And there was a process established. Well, that process, part of the things that were used for that went away. And so Doug developed another process, and that worked fine for a little bit, and then they sued us. And they can sue us for the current and the previous 3 years. So each time they do that, we're talking about multi-million dollars worth of taxes. And if we lose the case, we would have to pay them back because they pay their taxes and sue us at the same time. So this money adding up to over the years has been, for this past case is probably approaching the $400,000 mark. But it's saving 3 years worth of gas. That's potentially, several $1 million. So just wanted to add that on the importance of why we're fighting those cases as hard as we are.
You don't have any questions? And if there are questions specifically about the case, Doug will be here. I know that's a big part, even though it comes out of my budget. He and I talk about that and work with the attorneys, and it's an expertise. The attorneys that we have deal almost 100% with gas and oil type cases. In the history, it used to be coal and gas, and now it's become, more of a specialty. So this firm is out of Roanoke, and we're very confident in them, and they actually give us a discounted figure because they've worked with us before, and they work with some of the other counties in Southwest Virginia.
So you get stuck with that instead of Doug's budget.
Yeah, I think in his, and he'll go through that with his professional services are probably going to be more like their software. And that's what I've found in most of the departments that I've looked at, whether it's building and zoning, whether it's Jessica's department that I'm involved in, but most of their professional services are not legal fees. They're more on the end of equipment, software, specialties. So you'll find today that the professional services can be legal fees, engineering fees, software fees. Everything comes out of that professional services type budget. So, and I'll be back hopefully with good news this afternoon. I know that we're just discussing in general. There can't be any decisions made, but at least we'll have some of that information if we have a quorum. We have 8 of the different counties and cities there to discuss.
And while you all are all together, is Karen and my discussion has been that Wise County is in favor of no changes to how the money is distributed, and a head nod from you all would be appropriate before she.
Yes.
And any action would have to come back with resolutions from the Board of Supervisors. So we don't have anything scheduled on our agenda other than to support the distribution the way it is set up now. So I'll run. I'll be
That's
back.
got good news.
Thank you, Karen.
Thanks.
Well, you're right on time, Karen, 9:20.
Keeping us on time. All right, thank you all.
Considering we got started. Mike, it would help me if when each one of these come in, if we know what page that we're on, so we can maybe follow through.
Okay, yes, and if you'll go back to page 1 now. I'm next on the agenda if you're ready for me to talk, and mine includes the Board of Supervisors page, which is page 1.
Mike, before you get started, Mr. Chairman, I just need to ask a question. And again, I asked you before, is the purpose of bringing each one of these folks in here today just to review what we've already reviewed? or are they coming in with suggestions on how they can cut their budget?
They're supposed to be coming in with suggestions on how they can cut their budget if they can. And let us ask questions about their budget on why something is what it is. You know, that they're twofold. One is to look for cuts, the other is to justify what they have in their budget so that we know where we can potentially cut in the future, or even cut with this budget.
So since Karen was first, I'll use her as an example. I heard some justification for the professional services and other things, but I didn't hear any suggestions on how she could cut her budget. So are we to assume that there is no room in her budget to cut? Is that where we are?
What if we hear that all day long? You might, I don't know.
I don't think we can stay 20 minutes each one if they don't have anything to say about cuts. So I'm like Fred, they just going to tell us what we already know.
But
That's what we're here for.
can they
to hear cuts.
can they justify, is there anything
Yeah.
within their budget that they can cut that would not affect the level of
Yeah.
service that they're giving?
That's what they should tell us right off the bat.
Well, I guess I'll put myself in the shoes of any of these folks. And I'll say that I came to you when we were doing the budget and I told you that I'm to the bare bone and that there's nothing else I can cut. I'm not coming in here today and telling you I found something. I'm just not. So, just like Steve said, I don't think we're gonna hear any budget cuts today.
Mike, I printed off this morning the memo that I got that I think you sent to everybody, and it says, per board instructions, please be ready to discuss all items within your budget that are not highlighted in yellow. So what Mike's asked them to do is to talk about everything that's not yellow on their budget. Now, we may have to be specific and say, can you cut? But they were not asked to come forward with cuts.
But in my discussion with them verbally, they were asked for cuts.
So Mike, you're gonna start yours. I'm gonna ask you right straight up. You got any place you can cut in your budget?
And I'm actually talking about three budgets, but, we could potentially cut down on travel. If that is an issue, the travel that we normally look at are the VACO events, the event in January, the legislative reception.
How much difference would that make in your budget if we?
Probably, maybe, depending on if we cut it out completely, it could be as much as $7,000-8,000. If we cut it down, we're probably talking about $2,000 or $3,000.
Well, I know when I go to Vaco and I take this loaner card, I can drive up there for a tank and drive back in a tank. And I do that instead of using personal mileage, because personal mileage is 68 cents a mile. And that's where you run up your travel.
Yes.
That's not a lot of cuts, is it?
No.
It's just-
I mean, our big number in the Board of Supervisors is professional services. Out of the $93,000 we've got there, $87,000 of that is our audit. And then we pay some to Keystone, we pay some to Maximus. Maximus takes everything and determines what percentage of our staff, of everything that we do needs to be paid by social services as opposed to us, so it determines our ratio with social services. Those are the kind of things that we're paying out of the professional services in the board of supervisors. But there's really no room for cut there.
What's that countywide discretionary fund?
That's what we use to pay for the cards that we give everybody at Christmas, the gift cards.
And I'm not suggesting that we cut out travel, in no way or form or fashion am I saying that, because we need to have a presence at a lot of these meetings that folks go to. I'm just asking questions in general. I'm trying to figure out where we're gonna be at 4 o'clock today.
And I don't think we're gonna have a big number. I mean, I'll be.
And I'm all for communication. I'm a proponent of communication. We do need to have everybody on the same table.
What I would say about today's meeting is, we as a board talk a lot about where can we cut, where can we cut. And this board needs to see from every department, are there cuts or are there not? Even if we only get $4,000 worth of cuts by 4/20 when we've met with our last one, or we've got 80,000, or we got, if we've got a lot of cuts. But this board needs to see is, where can we cut, what can we cut? Can we cut budgets, or do we have to start cutting, go into the yellow part that we've talked about? If we're gonna cut, are we gonna cut positions? Are we potentially gonna cut services? Those type of things. So this is what the purpose of this is for us to go through as a board and say, yes, there is some room for cuts other than personnel, or no, there's not. And then the board has to make the hard decision of, do we have to cut positions? So that's the purpose of what I wanted to do here today.
Okay, well, they gonna bring us a list of, like we said, try not to buy anything so soon. Is that gonna be something they're gonna tell us they can hold off on?
Well, I mean, that's something we've told everybody to do, but there are certain things you have to have to operate, and hopefully at 11:40, we're going to hear a plan for how we can not spend enough to keep the cash flow in good shape, because that's what the issue is. It's not, we don't have things budgeted the way we need to, or we don't have a plan in place. The issue is the plan that we've got in place really doesn't kick in full scale until June. So if we can wait till June to spend money, then we've got a plan from that point on that the board has approved. So that's what we've got to look at, and we may be able to address with the school board the cash flow issues, and we'll discuss that with Dr. Goforth and Ron Vickers when they get here.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a question? I just wonder, in my mind, since the last meeting, what got us to this point to where that we are maybe spending more than we're taking in? I don't understand how we get to that point as a county. I mean, what got us to this budget?
Okay, to be truthful with you, what got us to this point was ARPA funds.
Okay.
What we did in an effort, and again, this is right or wrong, and we're not the only county that did this. It happened all over the state. That counties all over the state are going through the same thing we're going through right now. Just to give you an idea, Fairfax County, we were $8 million short, they're $120 million short, okay? So they're going through the exact same thing. What we did is we as a board decided we did not want to raise taxes in 2020. And we took part of our ARPA funds and balanced the budget. And we did that in 21 and 22 and 23. Then last year, and in 24, we had enough to do that. In our 25 budget, we said we're out of ARPA funds, but we've got this committed fund, which does not affect our unassigned fund balance, which is the critical fund balance. And we took $4 million out of that to balance the budget last year. And that worked out fairly well. Our unassigned fund balance went down about $600,000 this year, but it was still in that range that we try to keep it at. In this year's budget, we elected to take $7 million out of that committed fund. And then after that, we came up with the plan that we did the twice-a-year reassessment. We did the bond realignment. We originally talked about the biennial reassessments and then potential tax increases for 2026. The issue with that is that gets us on track starting in June, because most of those things, the only thing that's really helping us up to this point is the restructuring of the bond debt, because that's $1.9 million we did not have to pay this year that we would have, or would have been a little bit different. And that reduced that $7 million down by $1.9 million. And then we further reduced that $7 million down by $3.75 million by doing the twice a year collection of the personal property. So but that's only a one-time hit that helps this out. Okay. And then probably tomorrow night, we're going to vote to not do the biennial reassessments. Again, that's the consensus that I think the board has and has been requested by the commissioner. So the only other thing that's out there is we may have to do the tax increases. And tomorrow night, at Chairman Rivers' suggestion, I have revamped the presentation that I did for you all at the budget meeting the other day, because I hadn't had a chance to evaluate the information I've gotten from the commissioner or from the auditor. And I've incorporated all that in there, and we'll give you guys a revamped presentation of what the numbers look like, taking all of that into consideration. So, but the issue is, the big issue is we used one-time money to balance our budget, and that one-time money is not available anymore. Okay. And taking from the committed fund is not sustainable. Right. Because it was only 13 million. If you take 7 million of that out, take 4 million of that, it builds up a little bit each year. It's low, but it's not covering what we were taking out of it. Go.
So maybe you need to say it again, but one year we took out of the unassigned.
No, we didn't.
We never taken any out
of the unassigned. We
It's
did
always
take out of
been
the
out of
committed.
Committed, primarily economic development and school debt.
Correct.
Okay. So that, and out of the three funds, none of them have absolutely hit zero.
No, and the plan that we looked at back in June, July timeframe and that I've revamped based on we can keep it from hitting zero. But
Keep any of them from hitting zero.
keep any of them from hitting zero and stay out of the unassigned fund balance, which is the primary purpose of what we're trying to do is, and if we have to go for a bond with the landfill, phase 5, then even though we've taken out this committed fund and we've taken out the fact that we have a plan put together on how to get out of the situation we're in, that they take that into account and will help us to maintain our bond rating that we have now. Without a plan and with taking down the committed fund and everything, if it went to zero and we started in the unassigned, then that would potentially affect our bond rating.
Rusty.
If we didn't get, excuse me, any of this, I guess you call it ARPA or COVID funds, what would our budget realistically be if we didn't pay all that in all those years?
Well, we would have had to have done two things. We would have had to have cut services, or we would have had to raise taxes.
So we didn't spend a lot of that stuff, I hate to say frivolous, but things that we could have done without for a while.
No, it was to cover the budget that we approved as a board. So it was, and again, as we're going through this, we have level funded everybody except for salaries and benefits, really for the past, since COVID hit in 2020, the last 5 years, we have basically level funded everything. So as they go through this, we can see that, we're actually doing more with less right now than what we potentially would have.
Kind of running short on time. Anybody else have questions, comments for mine?
If you want to look at mine real quick, and again, my biggest issue is maintenance service contracts. That's for HVAC systems, elevators, the type of things that we have in the courthouse that we have to maintain. The office supplies, we have a tendency to go over every year. We did take out the vehicles. Again, travel is another one. We only travel what we have to. So that's down a little bit. Hopefully we can save some money there. But again, there are things that we need to do like VACO events and the other things. The good thing about my professional services and things like that, I can do all them online so they don't hit us with travel like some of Karen's and they did when they have events in Abington that she has to attend to maintain hers. But we're holding everything down as far as we can. But again, I don't see anything within my budget that is really.
Do you
Yeah,
say we
and
may
maybe-
be able to get $2,000 to $7,000 on property? That would be max. I have a quick question. The only place I saw advertisement was in the Board of Supervisors. You don't have any advertisement in administration, right?
No, all the advertisements that we do for jobs, for board meetings, for anything like that, we do through the Board of Supervisors budget.
And last year we overspent the 5,000 in this budget,
Yes, sir.
a little bit, not much.
So that's having extra meetings that we have to,
I just see that might be an issue that we need to look at
yes,
soon.
try to minimize the number of extra meetings that we have and those things that we have to advertise. I mean, each one of the advertisements is what, $300 roughly.
Yeah. somebody over here have a hand up, Rusty.
You know, Cardinal News is doing those things. Is that a cheaper way to do some things that's within the law?
It says local. What they're trying to do with the law potentially is eliminate the requirement that you do it with a local newspaper and just do it online with your website. That may happen this year. I know they've talked about it in the past, but that would be a good thing if we just had to put it on the website.
Allison's waiting. Anybody have anything else? Like, need to move on.
Morning.
Okay, Allison's budget's on page 10 and 11.
And Allison, I know that you were covered to be prepared to talk about everything except the yellow. If you could give us any ideas of potential cuts.
Okay.
Let's start off. The electoral board, I mean, it's really, that's paying.
That's the mandated compensation from the Annual Appropriations Act, which is required. That pays for their mileage and attendance at state trainings and those type of things that are required. And then it pays their association dues for the Virginia Electoral Board Association.
Really?
That one.
That's
one's
set in stone, that's beyond our capability.
That one's set at the minimum.
Well, that one was, was budgeted 6,000, but you spent 785 roughly. Can that be knocked down then?
So far, we've pulled mileage for their attendance to meetings and the various things they have to attend. I think that paid for one electoral board member to attend state training in July. Their mileage compensation probably is not reflected because I would say this was pulled before their election mileage and those type of things have posted. So that number's a little higher. I don't know exactly what it is for what's used. And then we still have in this year's budget, we still have state training and travel for at least the June primary. We will be seeing a new electoral board member in January, and they will have some travel requirements to attend the required state trainings and those type of things.
And again, that's a reimbursement, so that's the actual cost. Anything we don't spend there is money that we save. Any line item that we don't spend money on is money we save. So, okay. Now we go to the registrar. Page is it on my
No.
next page?
Next.
What'd you do, Wes? There it is. Was there a blank page in there then?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. All y'all know I'm Allison Robbins. I'm the Director of Elections and General Registrar for the County of Wise. My office oversees all voter registration and election processes for Wise County, which includes all federal, state, and local elections and election required activities. So my budget is the mechanism that, for the most part, funds those election activities and provides for the participation of voters in the county to vote when we have elections and registered vote and all of those type of things. That's what's in there.
Your professional services.
Okay.
I know they went up they've been over budget a little bit the last couple of years.
Yeah.
What all's involved in your professional service?
Professional services for my budget strictly pays for officers of election.
Okay.
So that is the compensation that we pay to our officers of election who serve during election day, and occasionally during pre-election day, it pays for their reimbursements for training, pays for the reimbursements that are required for the chiefs to pick up materials and deliver materials and all of that back and forth.
Okay, and, you know, the longer pre-election voting there is, the more difficult it is for Allison, and the higher the costs go too, so.
Yeah, and that is one thing to note. I know during the meeting that we had last week, there were some comparisons for costs and things from years past. In 2020, the Virginia passed no excuse absentee voting, which is what we call early voting. You know, that's the nickname it has here in Virginia, but it's actually no excuse absentee voting, and that's required to run for 45 days. So that if you compare anything in my budget to anything previous to 2020, you're going to see that there is an increased cost from anything prior to 2020. I mean, we can run through things. My education budget pays for officer of election training. My repair and maintenance is going to pay for the repair of voting equipment. I have at least one piece of voting equipment that's going to get repaired this winter, so we'll have a cost on that. The maintenance service contracts, that pays for the software and annual maintenance on our voting equipment that we are required to pay our vendors to keep our voting equipment current and legal. Printing and binding, that pays for all of our ballots. It pays for all of our absentee supplies, which is labels and envelopes and all of those things. We're currently carrying over 800 permanent absentee, which are the people who automatically get a mail ballot. That also pays for all of the programming and back-end ballot construction that goes on in the software through our vendors. So that line item usually ends up zeroed out by the time we go through a whole year of elections and needs and those type of things. Advertising pays for our required advertisements related to elections. Moving and storage, that pays for any costs we incur in the moving of and delivery of equipment that we have. Currently, the school board is doing that for us. Postal services, of course, that pays for all the various stamps. We are also required to do certain certified mailings, and there are also certificate of mailing costs related to that. So it's not just stamps. There are some other things that we have to do. And then if you'll scroll down, and then obviously office supplies pays for all the various things. It also pays for our election supplies. We create a lot of things in-house, so we have a lot of paper costs and those type of things, and then it will also pay for the various types of signs and things that we utilize during election day. Of course, we've got the travel budget there in our office, and then we have our membership to both the Voter Registrars Association of Virginia and the membership to the National Association of Election Officials. And then the other sort of bigger line item there for me is the machinery and equipment. We are replacing electronic poll books this year. Our current electronic poll books have exceeded their life expectancy and are no longer able to be updated. So we will be replacing those and should take delivery of those the second week of January.
One question, the moving storage, it went from 500 to 4,500?
No, it's been 4,500. The 500 was advertised. Should be 4,500 straight across.
Yeah, it's been like that.
500 was back in 25, 24, 25.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so
That's different than what I've got on here. Okay.
if we look at some of our other line items in certain years, if we have extra money in some of these line items, we will do a line item transfer through Mike and Andre to pull the extra money in that line item to pull it somewhere else where we've already exceeded. I'm not sure what that 500 is because I believe we've been carrying several $1,000s in that in case we have to do fuel costs and truck rentals and that sort of thing.
The original budget that year was 4,500. This was the final budget, and we've done a line item transfer of $4,000 out of that.
So if we have 2 elections per year,
Mm-hmm.
primary and a November election, they have to have a day prior to set them out, come back and the day after.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 4 days out of the year that we would be paying somebody to move the equipment. Am I missing something somewhat?
No, that is the way that it is. We have been fortunate that the school system and their truck with the lift gate has been able to accommodate us.
So we have not spent that money in the last few years.
And
It's
you
been
use
budgeted in
somebody
case something
that's already
happens.
on I went for, I'll say, somebody that typically works an election work
Yes,
to do part of this work.
yes.
So that is almost listed twice, and it's listed, they get a, well, maybe not, maybe that salary is separated out when they move it versus when they're serving as election official.
Yes, because if you, so officers of election are appointed and legally are under the authority of the electoral board. When it comes to anyone who works early voting or like the machine custodian who will help move equipment or, go evaluate polling places or that sort of thing. At that point, they're working for me. So legally, we pay them as officers of election for election day work out of professional services. When they work for me, that's going to come out of either the part-time salary or there is a line item that has been in there since before I was here called equipment custodian.
Anybody else have any questions or getting, we need to move on? So bottom line, do you see cuts, potential cuts?
I don't really see anywhere where there's any sort of significant cut that I could make at this point. As you probably know, we are looking at a very busy year in elections in 2026. We are probably looking at a spring referendum special election for constitutional amendments, which is a statewide election. That's probably going to occur sometime in April, which puts us starting early voting at the very 1st of March, if not the end of February. Currently, legally, there is a called and scheduled June primary. Now, that could be subject to change. That could get delayed until August. We could end up having a June primary for certain offices and then having a special primary called in August for the additional offices. And of course, we will have to have the November election. At this point, I can tell you that I will do what I have always done, which is only spend the money that I have to spend to conduct the elections that we're required to conduct. But I don't necessarily see anywhere where I could guarantee we take away money. that I wouldn't then be coming straight back to you and saying, sorry, we need this.
Anybody else? Allison, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Court better get started.
Before conclusion, if you give us any idea of any cuts to this company.
Okay. Well, good morning. I want to start with a little bit of history and just also a little bit of what we're doing over there in my office requiring the budget appropriations. So for all intents and purposes, for the last decade, with the exception to salaries, benefits, and some inflationary costs that are associated with maintenance service contracts, professional services, we've been level funded. And along with that, in the last 10 years, I've lost 2 staff positions that have not been replaced by the board. So we just kind of feel like in terms of the old athlete in me, we've kind of sucked it up and gone on, and my staff I think has produced. We have 3 departments in the commissioner's office. We have a real property department, we have a real estate assessment department, and we have personal property. And the real property and the real estate assessment department share responsibilities. That's how we created an affordable, cost-saving general reassessment department over there. So to let you know what's going to be going on from this point through May, on the real estate side, we conduct in-house general reassessment and also simultaneously maintain the real property department So we'll prepare a land book, finalize the general reassessment. It's been going on for the last 15 months, conduct assessor hearings, and do all the other functions such as land use, disability, senior exemptions, veterans exemptions, deed transfers, and so on. And as I told you in the last meeting, we're most likely not in compliance with the Virginia Association of Assessing Officers, the International Association of Assessing Officers, in terms of the number of assessors we have per parcel. We're supposed to be 1 per 2,500, and we are 1 per 15,000. So that in itself shows that those two positions have kind of hurt us there in terms of compliance. Also, it's important to understand that for years we've been supplementing our appropriated budget with surplus funds that we've created through some income tax assistance. We charge basically $10 a return. Back when I first started 23 years ago, we were charging 50 cents per return. Costs to help with other things that we do in our office have increased that to 10, and there may be a cost increase this year. So we supplement, and it's important that you understand that we supplement in areas such as education and travel, because the certifications that my office staff receives, that I receive, called a master deputy commissioner certification and a master commissioner certification, has tied with it state increases for pay raises. So once you receive that certification, doing all the things that we do in our office means that you get, my staff gets a 9.3% increase, and that comes from the state. I know that's shared with the county as well, and we certainly appreciate that. For the record, all my staff have successfully completed that program and are all master deputies. I don't know how many offices can say that, but I'm very proud of that.
That's a pretty good thing to
Yeah,
say, because I know
that's good.
I know other commissioners and stuff, and that's very, very tough. That training is very hard, and if you don't comply with it, you don't get a raise.
Yeah, that's right, and we actually helped when I was the president of the association, the Virginia Association, one year. We actually made a few modifications, so we didn't have to travel so much. We basically can opt out of some of the exams once we've had the course before. There's sometimes you have duplicate, but I'm going on too much about that. So we've been able to do some savings, but I'm proud to say that we kind of help put ourselves through school, if you will, by supplementing some of that. So this year, the board mandated twice a year billing for personal property. And so now my personal property department will build a personal property book from January to May, while simultaneously assisting 1,000 Watts County taxpayers with state and federal income tax. And we're going to do that with existing staff. Normally it's the case that we don't build a personal property book and hand it over by September 1, but now we're going to be doing, and I think that's a good move by the board to do twice year billing. It's going to be tough this first time, because I think a lot of people won't know it's going to hit them. But in the future, I like the idea of being able to split that cost up. So I think you did a good job with that. But the important thing about that is that the personal property book, it contains all the personal property stuff: vehicles, aircraft, boats, mobile homes, merchants' capital, miscellaneous business assets, machinery and tool assets, and other taxable property. And just to give you an example, we got over 40,000 vehicles in our fleet that will be in the personal property book. Each business account will have like 430 assets. My staff of 5 will data enter manually around 860,000 assets. So it's not an easy task, but we feel like we can do it. And certainly we're scheduled to hand that over, that personal property book over in May, I think May 1. So there's a lot going on in my office. There always is. We've doubled up in terms of what we have to get accomplished this spring. And we certainly with the general reassessment, it's going to be a busy time. We appreciate all your support. I'm here to tell you that if you look at my budget, there's a lot of zeros out there and there are a lot of negatives. And I certainly can explain to you what those costs are associated with maintenance, service contracts, and professional services. Other than that, it's just business, conducting business. And I respectfully suggest I don't have anything to give.
And I have a question though.
Certainly.
With the reassessment, we're probably gonna have some appeals. Will that cost you additional money that you don't have projected in your budget?
It'll cost, we do our own appeals, the hearings.
Does you have a board though?
There will be a board
Equalization.
of equalization that actually comes in and sits after our appeals that my assessors will conduct, and we're going to do those appeals down in 250. The last 2 cycles, we've had 0 appeals in the board. For us, because we're hands-on, we can take a lot of calls. My assessors get a lot of business done, a lot of changes that are necessary, and you know, sometimes absolutely there are changes necessary. We just don't have the information available. We don't go into homes and things like that. Having said all of that, we were able to get a lot of that work done before the Board of Equalization meets. The Board of Equalization in the last 2 cycles have had 0 appeals, which got to be some sort of record. I don't know.
And if they have to make, would we have to pay them?
Yes, that's the bottom line. That comes out of the Board of Supervisors budget. It won't come out of mine. The Board of Equalization is funded through the Board of Supervisors. And as a matter of fact, technically is maintained in terms of secretary costs and everything like that. So yeah, I don't know exactly what that is in terms of if it's an hourly cost, if it's a each time we meet sort of cost or not, but I can get that for you. And there will be, I can assure you, there will be appeals and there will be Board of Equalization appeals this year because, you know, I've said all along with the market, the housing market. I mean, you had percentage increases in Washington County over 60% in this last reassessment cycle, Lee County over 40%, Dickinson County over 40%, Russell, I think approaching 40%. And we're going to have somewhere between 25 and 30% increase because of sales, because you got a lot of activity of outside buyers coming in, finding the deal that they consider it a deal here versus compared to their market. And it's just driven prices up, which is good for our sellers. But anyway, so there will be that, no question about it. That's all I have you.
I feel like it's your already working environment and you're doing a great job.
Well, I appreciate that, Randy. I certainly do, and appreciate the board. Appreciate all the board's done over the years to recognize, you know, the supplements that you've recognized along the way. I know you got a tough situation here, and I certainly wish you well. I just there's just really nothing we have in our budget to offer.
So you'll know what January 1st, what the reassessment will be.
Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, unfortunately, given the situation that you have in front of you, like I said at a meeting prior, I mean, general reassessment's it's mandated by state. It's a Virginia code section. The men and women at the General Assembly say we got to have it. And we're on a 4-year cycle. And so at the end of the day, it's mandated to equalize properties. And, you know, I know that this board, the way it's set up, you don't really you're not really supposed to necessarily utilize a general assessment for tax increases. And I realize a lot of localities are forced to do that. I understand. It's supposed to be utilized for the purpose of equalizing properties. And then if you have a fortunate situation with your budget, then you can reduce the real estate tax rate. I know you're facing different situations. I certainly respect you for the decisions you have to make. So to answer your question, yes, we will have, by the first week of January, we will have final numbers, but we're somewhere between 25 and 30% of a average increase across the county. And that's big. So that means there are going to be some neighborhoods, as we call them, that are far beyond 25%, and there are going to be some that are below 25%. That's just the way it is. As they say, location, location, location.
Anybody else? Questions or comments for Doug? Doug, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate all of you, and I wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay.
First one is 2107, and it's primarily salary and reimbursement. That's courthouse security, bailiffs, things of that nature. There's really only two line items there that are on there.
Grant, what I've said to the other people as they come in, we know that you've been asked to talk about everything except what's in yellow in your budget.
This is true.
Before we leave today, we would like to have a number. Can you cut? Can you cut 1,000? Can you cut 10,000? Cut 0?
From which areas?
From this current budget where we are.
From all of your departments.
Yes.
And what figure are we asking about? I mean, you said 1,000 or 10,000?
Oh, I'm just throwing that thing out there. We're not going, can you cut it? If so, how much? It might be $1, it might be $100, it might be $100,000.
Most of them, but most of the funds in our budgets are already committed to things that we have to pay every month. And we have a very active budget, we'll say, because of the uniqueness of our job and the opportunities that are out there for us. And a lot of that is the grant funding. When you look at 5 budgets in my department, there's around $12 million total money in those 5 budgets. But when you start breaking it down, you start looking at the grants and the dollars, that kind of stuff. There is a lot of outside money. And what that boils down to is the outside funding is around $5,567,000. Actual county dollars is a little over $6 million. So we have a very active budget. We're very proactive on the funds that we get. We're always looking for a way to provide better service for our citizens and the county of Wise and the city of Norton. And we've been level funded for several years. And when you account for inflation, 7 to 9% every year, we're actually losing buying power. We can look at possible cuts, but there's really, we're to the bone already. And the way that we are so proactive is that we go out and we seek funds. We just got notice yesterday that we got another $500,000 for training equipment, grants, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things we can share. Like I said, there's 5 budgets, and their 3102 is extremely active. I mean, it's basically a living, breathing document. Like I said, the grant announcement yesterday, that changes how funds flow in, how funds flow out. And I guess one of the things that I have a question about is during the presentation by the treasurer the other day, she mentioned the amount of taxes that she collected and the amount of the checks that she's writing out. If she's only counting the taxes that come in and not the millions of dollars that we're bringing in grants, if that's not lumped in there, then the checks are going to be outweigh what she's taking in taxes. So I think that needs to be looked at least to make sure that that's being accounted for. Mike, I don't know if you can answer that question.
And I can, and her numbers, she said taxes, but it's all monies that come in. So it's grants, it's compensation board, it's any monies that are out there that are coming in to cash flow the county. That's her main concern is not that we didn't budget the right number. The main concern is that we may have a cash flow issue this year that we haven't had in the past. And it's holding off on spending any money. If you can get your grant before you spend the money.
You don't know how it works.
I know. I was just saying it, but
They like the deficit.
getting the grant in as soon after is also.
And we're
And I know you're dealing with the state and federal government, and it's.
There's a lot of requirements that you have to meet. I know we had a big expenditure last year. It was like $4.5 million on a federal grant. And obviously, if you write that check out and you don't have the money in there, there's going to be quite a deficit. What would be in my bank account? I'm assuming it's going to be the same for the sheriff or the county. But I guess I just want to make sure that's accounted for and not just the tax revenue.
Yeah, I've discussed her presentation with her since, and it takes into account all monies coming in and all monies going out.
Okay. We're still on 2107.
Well, I mean,
There's very little there that you can do anything with.
Go to 3102.
That's the big one. Okay, which line I want we want to talk about. And again, one of the things I'd like to bring up in this budget, especially the salaries. Now, I know y'all have that highlighted in yellow, but with our grant dollars and outside funding, that reduces greatly. If I can find my sheet, sorry, just a second. I brought too much documentation. And I can share this with you. I've already taken copies if you would like that. But when you start bringing it down with the state funding, outside funding, CTAC, Appalachia PD, SRO funds, that kind of stuff. And we were recently awarded another $500,000 to continue paying for SROs, which includes salaries and benefits. And as of January 1, that will kick in. So that's a $500,000 savings that we've gotten by being aggressive pursuing grants. And their total salaries across the board are $4,982,000. When you deduct all of those outside funds, the county is basically paying $669,658 for total salaries in my department. I think that's pretty good. And that's, again, because of their aggressiveness toward grants and seeking funding from outside sources. Because we want to provide the best service for our citizens and do the best job that we can without killing taxpayers. Because I'm one of those, and so are you. I'll be glad to share that with you all if you like.
Is that taking into account CPAC and forest and all of that, Forest Service and North Fork Lake?
No, that's not.
This is just salaries, outside salaries and benefits. I'm sorry, that's just salaries. We didn't break the benefits down. There's a lot of dollars that's coming back in, even though we look like we're the large consumer at the table. We bring a lot to the table. And I feel like that's important to share with you guys.
And you always turn money back in, don't you?
We do.
Yeah.
And some of that, I think, there's the accounting for some of the things doesn't always show back up in our budget.
Yes. Thank you.
Charlie back there is a heck of a doggone crap writer. I've never seen anything like it.
He's very good.
He is, yeah, and you only go after things that is going to help us,
Correct.
you know, with money and stuff like that, and I appreciate that too.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
That's, you know, you got a good, not because I work for you, but you got one heck of a sheriff's department.
We're very fortunate and very blessed to have the people and the caliber of people that we do that. And that they have the mission and they're focused on doing the right things and making a difference.
They sure do. So we keep getting them grants.
I'll keep trying.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You're doing a great job.
The one thing we can look, and I know we've been level funding the capital outlay expenses, and I know you get grants for some of those, just minimizing the spending on capital outlay would definitely help the budget.
And I can look and see what's left in there. I know we have purchased some things out of that. And we use that for things that we can't afford, otherwise we can't get a grant for. And that's what that's for, things that routinely have to be replaced every so often, certain equipment, radios, that kind of stuff.
Last year they had
grants.
They didn't use all the money last year, is that the way I'm reading this?
That's correct.
Almost. And
And what that amount, of course, some of that is grants that were applied for that they didn't get. Some of it is just regular line. You can look at each line item and see what they didn't spend in that line item. And that's money saved by the county. It's called giving money back. Well, it's money that was never spent is what it amounts to. So you can look at it two ways. Every penny they don't spend that's not grant funded is money that we save. So if you look at just in salaries in 25, he had budgeted 3.2 million, he spent 2.9. So that was money that the county saved.
Budgeted but not spent.
Budgeted but not spent. And again, you know, the budget, we can't sit down starting in March and by June know exactly what we're going to spend the next June. The budget is a roadmap that we've got that we try to follow, but there are detours and things like that. So it's a good guide, but it's not. So, but anything that we don't spend is money that does not come out of the general fund. That's the bottom line. Unless it's a grant, and then if he doesn't spend all his grant funding, then we smack him. Okay. That's Charlie's fault. If we don't spend-
Who's going to do that?
I can assure you that if anybody else can spend it, it's going to get spent. He's as good at spending it as he can get it.
Right. But one thing that we are doing this year that we haven't done in the past is if he applies for a $600,000 grant, he only gets a $500,000 of it, that we're doing a budget amendment to address that. So our final budget will reflect what the grant amount actually is. Where you may look at some of these grants that he's had in the past, and it looks like he didn't spend the entire amount, but that's because the amount was reduced. You can look at that burn jag program 2022 DCJ. He had 100,000 budgeted, but he only spent 73 because that's all he got in. So that kind of stuff is,
It's a living, breathing document, because
Yes.
it does fluctuate from time to time. You think you're getting this, you know, I get this much, or you could get more.
Yeah,
Very
I
often
think that's a
that
good characterization of it, tied to what you said, the budget is a guide or a goal. So it is a living document. Because when you make budget amendments, it's part of that living document.
Probably some changes throughout the year.
and, you know, the big thing we need to look at next year is the vehicles. We've got to cut that down. I mean, we're gonna have some money come off the budget because we're paying off some of the loans from 3 years ago. We need to look at minimizing how much that we put back in. You know, I don't know that we can do 10 cars every year.
And I agree with that. I mean, and we're willing to work with that, and we have. I mean, I think we started out at 16 or 18 cars this time, and we settled on 10 to get the 10 worst out of the fleet, because they're costing money. I mean, when you start replacing engines, transmissions, strut, all those things, but
You
it
get
makes
to
a
the
difference.
point where maintenance costs more than a new vehicle, and that's,
And we've gotten
That's
close
what-
to that several times.
that's where we were when we replaced all of your vehicles a few years ago, all but a few of them, is maintenance costs were more than the cost of the vehicle. That's what we've got to weigh is when we buy those vehicles, is the maintenance. And your officer's going to be safe, so just again, that's a big number out of your budget that is.
And to add to that, we're expecting about $100,000 from ICE, because we support them and do what we need to do as a TFO member, which is basically we're sworn in, we have trained people, and they gave us $100,000 to put toward the vehicle and the equipment to the vehicle. So that's going to reduce that sum. Like I said, we're always looking to help any way that we can. We want to be good stewards, but we want to provide the best service in the state of Virginia. And I think we continue to strive to do that, and we're not going to stop. We're going to provide the best service that we can.
And to remind everybody what we're doing on those vehicles, we're not purchasing them outright. We are borrowing on a 3-year loan for the pursuit vehicles. So that's why you see that number 600, even though we're buying $800,000 worth of vehicles. Our budget's only 680 because we've got loans from 3 years ago that we're paying, and then again, we pay them off every 3 years.
Are pickups better vehicles along with maintenance and things than the Explorers?
About the same motor, I mean, a little different powertrain. I think they're a little tougher there. They give us some more capability as far as off-road, and if you've ever been around Wise County, not everywhere is paved.
Yeah,
So we have to have some capabilities, and the Explorers are lower than a Porsche, so we have to be very careful with those.
I like trucks still.
I think they're a little tougher. I don't know if they're as good a pursuit vehicle as the Explorer as far as an actual pursuit, even though they are pursuit rated. They do give us some capabilities.
and they are more expensive. They're about $7,000 to $10,000 more per vehicle than what the Explorers are. That's the reason, because he actually wanted 3 pickups this time, and we limited him to 1 and 9 Explorers to keep the cost down.
But on the back end of that, though, the pickups actually have a little better resale when we get ready to get rid of them, so that you recoup some of that. Maybe probably not all of it, but there is a better resale on the back end. How do you want to do this?
And, you know, we've got 3102. Anything, other questions on 3102?
Any questions? Be glad to answer them. We're glad to answer.
So sure, when we talk about the grant, the SRO grant, that will offset the budget, because that was budgeted money on those SRO positions that we just got $1 million grant for. So that will save the county's budget line, that we won't have to pay county money for those positions. Troy could probably talk about that specific grant, just
So
for
I-
example.
So I got this grant, that covers 12. It lets us, allows us to take 12 county funded starting deputy pay positions, convert them to all grant funded.
That's salaries and benefits.
Salaries,
It's not
not
just
salary.
salary.
So that's immediate.
Is that
That
Is
starts
that a
January 1st.
reimbursement, or will we get the money?
No, I had to reimbursement.
That's
Once we
pretty much
spend
all.
it, then I send in the information.
But that was budgeted already for those positions, so
Right.
that'll offset that, so that's $500,000 off this current budget right now.
That we're
What I
still-
wrote down when I heard Grant say that, I wrote down $500,000.
Then it's about $500,000 for the next budget year.
Right, we get 500,000 this year, this budget year, and then we get 500,000 again starting the next budget July 1. So, I mean, there's $1 million that we're saving because of the aggressive grant writing.
I just want to make sure.
I was glad that you worked hard on it. I know you did. It helps the county out.
That's the grant that they had talked about when we had our original budget meeting, they hoped they would get.
And we got confirmation of it, so it's a big deal. It really is, and with money like Russ said, it's already budgeted, already in our budget, $500,000 that we're saving, that we can turn back in, that we're not gonna spend. And another 500,000 next budget.
That's good, because we talked about sending through Terry and Todd that SROs would be a comp board position. The atmosphere in Richmond is probably not conducive to that.
It's gonna be a tough 4 years. I have no doubt.
Terry's and I talked about that again yesterday, and he's pushing it, and he's gonna try to get some bipartisan support, but again, the people in control, for the most part, have money to burn. Although Fairfax is down, like I said, 120 million this year, they've got a shortfall, so they may be looking for places to, and they've got the biggest representation in Congress, so maybe it will go through. Okay, what about 3103? And again, when we look at Grant and the sheriff's budget, all that green is grant funding. That was on 3102. This is investigation.
Again, a lot of those were state dollars and the salaries and wages overtime. On-call pay is, obviously, it's mandated by federal statute that we have to pay them to be on-call. Salaries and all the overtime, I'm gonna say 100% of it, 90% of that is reimbursed through outside sources. People who hire us to provide law enforcement services. And we bring a lot of money in a couple of 3 budgets with that. Of course, all the other stuff is basic stuff. The maintenance service contracts, a lot of that is, let's make sure. 3.
The maintenance service contracts cover software updates for operating systems. Licenses we're required to have on certain computer programs. And some of the specialized equipment we get for investigators and all. And most of that costs.
About everything that we do now is digital investigations as far as phones, computers, that kind of stuff. And a lot of that is a price that we pay to a company called Cellbrite that helps us break down phones and retrieve information. And it's a necessary evil, unfortunately, that we have to maintain. And part of that is to pay those costs, annual service costs.
And sure, if you could hit on the off-duty overtime too, about how it's on our bottom line, but it comes back, it's not into our line, it goes back to the county's general fund instead of the bottom line of the sheriff's office fund.
We have have those in a couple of different places. Like I said, a lot of people pay us for law enforcement services. We put it in the budget, and I think in 3102, it's over $300,000. But it gets reimbursed. We invoice those people, and the money comes back in, but it never really shows in our budget. So I feel like that's money in, money out. It's really a wash.
It's almost like a grant. Works the same way as a grant. We get reimbursed if we spend the money.
Right, we invoice back, but.
Just doesn't show up in your budget, just revenue coming in.
Correct. It shows up on the bottom
Should
line.
it
I'm sorry.
be? Should it be revenue coming back in to help? Or-
But if you look at my budget, and there's $380,000 that's put into my budget at the beginning, anticipating that's what the amount's going to be, it shows on the bottom line. It's part of my total budget, but it doesn't show the recoveries that come back in.
The recoveries are, but we only budget for his off-duty overtime what we budget as revenues in the budget. So if we budget a certain amount for CTAC or HIDA or any of those other things, then we'll budget that same amount for off-duty overtime. So it's covered, but when I give you all the breakdown of a penny, all of that income is going to the sheriff's department. So it is coming in. I mean, it's the same way that we don't show in the regular salaries how much of that is reimbursed by the state.
It doesn't penalize him, does it?
It doesn't penalize him. It looks like a higher bottom line.
That's what I mean. If that, if
I mean, but it's money in, money out, same as a grant. He doesn't spend that money if he doesn't get reimbursed for it. So instead of that being yellow on there, I could have colored it green because it's like money in, money out is what it amounts to. But there are a lot of things, his department, the treasurer, the commissioner of the Commonwealth, all those get reimbursements from the state. We don't show that in their line item, but it is covered in the budget, and it is covered when we look at what percentage of our taxes go towards those departments.
But I think anybody that looks at that budget and looks at their bottom lines, they see these inflated figures, and there's an explanation there. And that's what I wanted to make sure that you all understood and how we get to those points and bring money in and provide a great service that we wouldn't be able to provide otherwise. 4.5 million that we spent for radios, their current system is antiquated, and that would fall back on the county. Now, we never have to buy another radio, another portable. We don't have to pay for tower maintenance. Installation, this covers it all. So to me, that's a huge cost savings for the next 15 to 20 years for the county down the road. The cost of the initial system and the maintenance.
Anybody have any more questions? In 3103, down the bottom, flat line. What's projected for investigators?
$4,500. You know what they're going to use that for? Computers generally.
So, they have just blanketed the capital outlay, but last 2 years it was not specific to those departments. When we did the capital outlay last year, we were asked to just generalize it and use it for capital projects throughout the whole sheriff's office. So put that money there, but it might be for a different capital outlay project.
Not moving,
Not moved to another division. A lot of times what those funds do is our core security, it'll be for and we have to replace the X-ray machine every so many years. We have to replace the metal detector every so many years. There's the atomic clock and dispatch that's required. They have service lives on them. Those are capital projects that we plan out because they have a time frame on them. So those are what some of those items go towards. And it doesn't cover all of it. It's just a portion of it that we have that goes towards those expenditures.
And a lot of times we will wait for the end of the budget to see what our greatest need is or where they need things up. We don't like spending all their money right up front, because we have things that go on throughout the year that we have to really kind of pay attention to. And sometimes it's turnover, and it costs a lot to equip a new person, send them to the academy. So we have to be very careful, and we do hold money back for those reasons. And in several areas, even in capital outlay, just to see what are most, the biggest needs. I'm sorry.
Critical, what your critical need is.
Correct.
And we may find an alternate funding source. So if we had, so that's we're always proactive trying to find alternate funding sources. And if we're able to do that and offset that, we don't have to spend it, even though it's budgeted. So that's things that we may wait and see if there's a grant that comes up that we can utilize that might go towards those items instead of having to spend it out of budget.
The only thing about grants, we have to be extremely careful. We cannot supplant our budget with grant funds. It's already budgeted. I really can't use grant funds to buy something. Budget, I can't.
Anything else on 3103?
Anybody else have any comments, questions?
Okay, we got 3303. E911 dispatch.
This is the state budget for 911 dispatch center. Salaries and wages for those state-supported dispatch positions. There's always a need for overtime, people calling in sick, shortages, training, that kind of stuff. So that's always important. The maintenance service contract there, that's a big one. Let me see if I can find my notes. I know that goes to keep up the PSAP and the anti-alley stuff for 911. EZNet, which is the mapping that allows us, if you call 911 from your house, from a cell phone or whatever, we can pinpoint where you are and get you help with you need fire, rescue, law enforcement services. And again, some of these are actually covered by grants. As far as the CAD, that kind of stuff, we just got a CAD grant for
About $170,000.
which will pay for
The
that.
CAD grant was $230,000. Got the record management system grant for $170,000.
And again, those are costs that would fall back on the county if we weren't looking for those avenues. And we were in need of a new software vendor for CAD and RMS. But those annual costs, it's not cheap. The NG911, EZNet, the PSAP, and E911, enhanced 911 capability. So those are costs that are built in to that system. A lot of it is paid for by grants. And if we can find a grant to help pay for some of those costs, we will, and turn that money back. And we're doing what we can, I promise. And we're looking at everything. Any other questions in that one?
And then the last one's 9400, which is at the end of your, should be the last one in your book.
Yeah, that's the dispatch.
Yeah, the difference between this dispatch and the other dispatch is twofold. The other dispatch is primarily the salaries are comp board salaries. This one is not, but this one is also partially funded by the tax that are put on phone bills.
True up money.
What was, yeah, and again, it doesn't near cover the 900,000, but it has offset some of the cost of the dispatchers. The state of Virginia says we only need 5 people to operate dispatch, and that's a joke. Any of you all that have been at dispatch, if we only had 5 people, we'd have people dying all the time.
Yeah,
5 people for 24/7?
Yes.
That's
5 people for 24/7? No way.
Not a minute.
There's not the volume of calls that we have.
So this supplements what we do. And again, some of the funding comes in from taxes, but it doesn't cover the full cost of what we do right here.
And the county does supplement the positions there. But to give you an example, Tazewell County is pretty close to us in population, a little bit bigger land mass. Call volumes are pretty close to the same. They have 24 full-time dispatchers. We have 16 and 3 of those are part-time. So we're getting by with less than they are. But we could use 24 if y'all want to.
It's non-stop,
That's
it's
probably not the best
non-stop
time
in
to
that
have
dispatch.
No, I mean, these girls, they work hard, girls and guys. Yes, guys
It's
also.
never, it's 24, it goes
Unreal.
day and night.
It never stops.
Never stops.
Actually, you and I were on the road, I mean, late in the evening, early morning, it slowed down. It never slowed down.
Yeah.
There's not a slow down.
Yep, you're right.
Lost stress too.
A lot of stress.
We just appreciate everything you do, Sheriff.
One other thing that the sheriff has done, maintenance contract wise, and we've worked together, is we did have a program that we put in place in 2020, somewhere in that, when did we put some in place?
2019.
2019. I knew it wasn't long after I came here, and it has been a real issue, and basically, we haven't paid them near what we would have paid if it had been online, and it was because we worked together and said, you guys aren't providing the service, therefore we're not paying you. And it's got us to this point. We have a new software that we've been working together on, and Karen's been intimately involved, and they've got grants towards it, and it's one that is proven to work in this area, and we're excited to see it come on board and do away with the issues that we've had with the previous software. So that's something that, again, that money we haven't had to pay because we refused to pay it, but it was budgeted in the past. Starting in next year, what's budgeted will probably be spent because the software does what it's supposed to do.
If I could add to that, this new software for CAD records, none of us being funded with county dollars, 100% funded with grant.
We will have to pay the maintenance contracts, but not the initial.
Well, I have another grant, cost a penny, if it goes through, it'll pay those costs too.
Like I said, we're always looking to save the county money and provide the best service that we can. It's never ending. We're not just going to say, hey, we got a grant. We're not going to do that. We're going to continue to find ways to make us better, to make the county better. And then when you look at the county's website, it says a safe place to live. I think that's partly because of us. And these guys behind me and the men and women of Miles County Sheriff's Office.
You are good managers, good managers.
Any other questions in that budget?
If I could add about dispatch, our dispatch center covers, dispatch is over 30-something agencies. Just to give you an idea of what those reports will be.
So they cover public works for the towns, they cover all your police departments in the towns, and that's funded by the county. I mean, all those features are funded by the county. So we cover dispatch for all the towns, and racing squads. So it's a big animal out there.
It's a free service from towns. and
They don't
entities.
charge the towns for that.
Do you have an idea what percentage of our call volume is town police and
I
town?
mean, we can get those numbers.
It's something we could get.
The majority of the calls come from sheriff's office.
Right.
That's what the size of the range.
I'm gonna say 50-60% probably kind of.
I'd be afraid to guess that. We'd have to work.
It's a large, it's lopsided for us, but we have a huge call volume.
Sometimes you can't hardly sign them.
No, you're right.
Sometimes we call them out from the house before they're supposed to.
So that's a little perk that the towns get that they not realize.
Very true.
But this, another perk is the money I received from Stars Radio System, came on board with us. This money pays for the radios, and it's gonna pay for the installation costs. Too, so That's perfect, they're getting.
All the towns didn't agree to that, did they?
Big Stone, St. Paul, and North, Mountain Empire College, whatever.
The pound ended up dropping out.
No pounds still.
Still in.
Okay.
One other fun fact I wanted to leave you with, since January of 2020, which is when I took office, their total grants, and that's DCJS, Homeland Security, DMV, and federal dollars is over almost $11.5 million. And like I said, as long as I'm here, we will pursue those grants and we'll provide the best service that we can to our citizens in this county.
Thank you, Sheriff.
This current budget year we're in now, I'm managing $8 million worth of grants in this current fiscal year. That's money the county's not running, or not, equipment, positions, specialized overtime.
Any questions?
Just a reminder that anything that we do need to purchase, wait as long as you can to purchase it. We need to minimize. Again, it's a cash flow issue that we're having right now. And so the closer we can get to June, the better off we are. If you can wait till June to spend the money, then that's gold.
We will definitely be glad to evaluate. Obviously, there are some costs that have to be taken down, but if we can stall and put it off, maybe not to June, but we'll do what we can.
Maybe after that lady, then those type of things to be closer to that.
If there's not a great need, something breaks or something like that, we can absolutely. But we want to help. Anything we can get.
Thank you.
Y'all did ask what we could cut or what we could turn in $500 million on the grant.
That's a good idea.
There's gonna be a meeting, there's gonna be one meeting.
It's gonna be $100,000.
$600,000. That you can automatically say that's not something will come out. Right off the top, there's probably more, there's just two item lines that we can articulate right now.
I thought that's significant, I appreciate it.
Look, brother cuts, right. See the bump, we'll do what we can.
I know that.
We appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you for what y'all do for our citizens.
Thank you all. I know y'all got some hard decisions, and I appreciate y'all allowing us to come in and share some information with you and what we do. If I can be of any help,
Thanks, Sheriff.
thank you all.
We're open door, if you ever need, give information, call us, we'll.
We're ready to continue with the next department. So Des, I know that you got a memo saying discuss everything in the department except what was in yellow.
Yes.
But the bottom line, before we do that, what we'd like to know is, can you say anything between now and the end of June? So somewhere in your presentation, you approach that.
Okay.
And we're at 2106 department.
2186.
2106.
We're ready.
Okay. We're ready for you, Ms.
Okay.
Davis.
I want to say thank you all, but I have looked at my budget and, you know, I'm closely trying to examine it. Within a year, I'm hoping to, you know, I have plans to reduce my office spending. Right now, honestly, I don't see anything that I can cut from, and I want to help the county. I've looked at it very closely. You know, my education, I just had one person, she She got her master deputy clerk certificate, so, and then there's 3 others working towards that, and I'm also working towards my master clerk certificate, so, I'm gonna need to use that line item. My maintenance service contracts, we use a lot from that line item, actually, and I don't think that, right now, I don't think that it's feasible if I could cut anything. And then the
Are
professional.
you still potentially looking at changing over to the circuit court?
Yes,
That will be a savings for me.
yes. I've been in contact and getting quotes and trying to get that squared away.
I mean, Supreme Court,
Yes,
not circuit court,
yes, I
Supreme
know what you
Court.
meant, yes.
That'll be a savings between now and June.
No,
No.
it probably won't.
No.
But
It'll be about a
maybe-
year, that's why I'm saying it'll be about a year. Right now, that's what I'm trying, I looked very closely. I was cut last year, actually, from my postage, and there was another one that was completely taken away, which, you know, I felt the postage, but the other one, I haven't felt it yet, so, but.
She does a very good job of using that technology trust fund grant.
I'll try to use that as
She'll
much.
she'll try to keep from spending county dollars also.
And that's through comp board.
How many positions do you have at three, and how many people you have
There's
working?
12, including me.
Yeah.
I guess just want about have any questions, and line items that they want to ask about.
You're not awful easy. I think I might turn the heat up.
Oh, no, please don't.
I'll take that seat. I'll move her.
I will get with
Happy
Nate
to-
and see if they can turn it up a little bit here.
I appreciate that. I know you work hard, you,
Yeah, we appreciate you.
you try to save all that you can, and, it's a tough job. But I appreciate everything that you do.
Well, thank you all. That means a lot. Some of y'all need to come see me, because I need
Yeah,
to
we-
swear y'all in.
We'll be see you. Well, we got our certificate today. I
Oh,
did.
good, come see me.
Tim did.
We were gonna suggest maybe that you come to our board meeting
I can do that.
either,
Just let me know.
either tomorrow night or the one in January. Be better if we did it tomorrow night, so in case something,
Okay.
you could make January.
Yeah.
6 o'clock, if you could, we'll, if it's all right with you, Jay,
That's fine.
we'll do that right at the beginning of the meeting and then.
You hear that, Abstract?
Stay.
Did he hear that?
Bob, I'm gonna swear you in tomorrow night, okay?
Okay.
So that will take care of that.
I'll get everything typed up and I'll bring it. Y'all have
Appreciate
any,
that.
y'all have any questions? I'll be happy to answer whatever y'all need. But I am trying to help. I mean, I'm looking through everything. Just right now, I'm stuck.
The big issue right now too is cash flow, so any money you don't have to spend or that you can put off as long as you can is greatly appreciated.
Okay.
That will help.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Deirdre.
Thank you all.
There's nothing good.
Thank you all.
You're worried for nothing, right?
Oh, no, I try. Thank you all.
Let's do them all.
I'll see y'all later. Bye.
How are
We
you?
are live streaming.
Okay, good.
So,
Well, like I said, everybody in here's got guns, so don't y'all jump on it.
I guess the only thing I was saying is start, you had a memo from Mike, so talk about everything except what was in yellow. Before you leave today, we'd like to know, is there any money that you can save us or postpone using until the end of the year?
Okay.
End of June?
I've got a lot to say, and I think that crosses over into some of what's in yellow.
Okay.
As you remember, I guess a year ago, I came before the board for the first time and asked for some help. I had a couple of paralegals out, and I had a paralegal that was retiring but wanted to stay part-time, and y'all graciously provided me with the opportunity to give her a part-time position. I want to say $25,000 for 2 years. The reason I want to bring that up is because we're about a year into that, and I'd love to keep her for 150 more years, but I understand that probably that's not going to be something that's going to be feasible. So that's, that's 25,000 that we can save. We can save you right there. Something I like to address that's a little bit off topic, and I don't know, I may be insulting y'all's intelligence by saying this, but when I look at these numbers that you've provided, and I look at all the ones across the constitutional officers, and I think they would say the same thing. I believe to the layperson looking at these numbers, I don't think the numbers are intentionally misleading. I don't think anybody intended to mislead. But when you look at that budget right there, a vast majority of that money comes from the comp board. The way that it works, and it's codified in 15.2-1626 or 27, I believe. Commonwealth attorneys are given their and assistants and paralegal secretaries, that sort of thing, are given their compensation through Richmond. And my understanding is that Richmond writes the county a check, and the county turns around and gives us our fringe benefits and other compensation. But we're paid by the county. So that's something that I guess I wanted to address, because me as a taxpayer, if I'm sitting here looking at these numbers, and this happened a couple years ago in Scott County, I had a supervisor call me and say, why in the world are we giving the Commonwealth Attorney's Office over $1 million when we can't, we're not balancing our budget? And I told her simply, you're not. I don't know what the county's kicking in down there on the fringe benefit side of it, or health insurance or whatever, but that's not something that you can cut. And I understand that we're not talking about salaries, but I think a way to simplify this process would probably be if we could get a breakdown of what the county is actually given versus what the state. And I don't know how to do that or who does that, but it's something that I just felt like
I
have
had
any
that
conversation.
breakdown.
And I had that at one.
What the comp board authorizes each
Right.
constitutional officer. I pulled that up off of a webpage.
Okay.
So it tells exactly how much each.
Okay.
In fact, I've got it right
I just feel like it would be a lot. And again, I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence. I think everybody in here probably knows what I'm saying, but it just seems like it would be simpler to start with those numbers, instead of the numbers that I'll give you. For instance, on my victim witness, on my victim witness program, there's a number, and I think Rusty, you or Tim, one brought up at the meeting the other day. There's a line item here for professional services, and I'm not seeing it right off, but what's on ours? Okay, I'm sorry, it's on our sheet. It says professional services, $2,060. Well, the long and short of that is, here's what happened, and then this is my understanding, and I'm open to being wrong. I've been wrong a lot more in life than I've been right. But last year we brought on Ashley Cathedral to head our victim witness program, and as a result, there was some funding, there was some grant funding through the victim witness program that allows us to pay a consultant to come in and train new employees. So Joni Perry Coleman, who was a phenomenal victim witness coordinator, who is now a probation officer, came in and was paid that $2,060 to train Ashley and Allison, Ashley's assistant. The county, my understanding, the county paid Joni, but then was reimbursed, through that grant. So again, if I'm sitting here as a taxpayer, which I am, and I pay a lot in taxes, I pay a lot more than I want to in taxes as a citizen. And if I'm sitting here looking at that, saying, well, professional services, $2,060, really and truly that number is zero as far as the county is concerned. So I just think it's a lot cleaner if we're talking about what the county's actually doing instead of the entire. But I also understand you have to run your numbers the way you run them. That's just something that I think is very important to look at.
What I found online was, it was like a board paid $972,304.
That's probably accurate. That's at least one of the numbers that we have. Yeah. And I can go back and look on that, or have Jessica do it and confirm that, but that's the number that she's got, 972,000 and some odd numbers.
Well, that's what I found online.
Yes. And then we have a couple of positions that are fully grant funded, but when we get our paycheck, it's Wise County Board of Supervisors, paycheck, which is the way every county in Virginia does it, to my knowledge.
Yes.
But it's just hard to look at that budget and say, where can we cut, when you're thinking I've got $1.2 million budget and I don't have $1.2 million budget for purposes of the county. But just felt like that was worth bringing up. As far as the line items where we can cut, it's also confusing. We share a vehicle with the county attorney. We've written some checks or used a card for maintenance of that vehicle. We don't use that vehicle very much. I don't know what Karen would have to say. I think the world of Karen. I'm sure she uses it more than we do. We have a travel line item, and I asked Jessica, I said, Jessica, we have spent $15,000 on travel. I said, hell, we don't go anywhere. What is that? And this is something else that's very confusing to me, is when we borrow from one line item, or I won't say borrow, that's not the right nomenclature, but we move from one line item to another. I don't know how accurate those numbers are. But as far as the travel budget, I'm sure some of my folks who go to a lot of trainings and things will shoot me over this, but that's something I think we could cut. In addition to Pam's going to be retiring again next year. That's $25,000. I'm here to help. I think we've proven that we're here to help, because Wise Works program just this year, just on jail savings alone, has brought in saved us $750,000. If we don't have that program, and I think y'all pay $60,000 for that program each year, and total we've saved $850,000 if you include the minimum wage work that has been done. Here's where I hesitate to include that number in this meeting, is some of that work's done for towns. Town of Appalachia gets some work done. I don't know how much that benefits the county, and as far as this conversation is concerned. But definitely on the jail cost. If we don't have that program, some of these low-level offenders, we don't have any other choice. And it's getting harder and harder and harder to put people into other forms of punishment. And that program is great. We spoke with Mike here a while back, and we have started reviewing every warrant that comes in daily. And if there's someone who did not get a bond, that we know that if we go through the process that they're going to get a bond, we head it off and try to save a few days on jail savings. And that's really difficult for me to do, and go back and look at law enforcement and say, hey, I know you arrested this guy last night, but we cut him loose because we think the judge would cut him loose, right? So we're doing all we can.
And I can say last year, we got a check for a little over $900,000 from the jail, because we did cut down on the number of inmate days. And that is great.
Good job.
That is a savings. It's probably not gonna be near that this year. It'd be closer to break even, or we may have to pay a little bit. But it has been a savings for the.
Stephen Davis and Corey Sayers in my office, they go through that stuff every day. If they're not there, Ken goes through it. We do everything that we can to help the county code, because you guys help us, and we're citizens here, most all of us, and we want to help. But when I look at it, and Dolores was up there the other day talking, millions of dollars worth of cuts we need to make. I don't know how much I can help you, but I'm willing to help you all that I can.
Mr. Chair, if I might speak.
Yes.
What we need right now is basically cash flow issues. So anything that you can put off, as long as you can put it off, that will be the most benefit you can give us now.
Okay.
Okay, so, if you don't have to have it now, but you might need it in June, wait till June, that type of thing. So cash flow is what we're concerned about more than anything right now.
Yeah, that's no problem. We don't spend a lot of money. We really don't. And another thing I need to bring up, we started July 1st of this year, doing like Scott County. We charge our participants to be in the Wise Works program now. And I felt a little funny about it, because, you're asking folks who, a lot of them don't have an income, but I guess when you look at them and say, well, the alternative is jail, a lot of them, can come up with that. I don't have an exact number of what that's brought in, probably not much since, it just started. But we're doing everything that we can. As far as equipment, we upgraded some equipment per the request of the county for purposes of safety against malware and hackers and whatever else. We were happy to do that. We use some of our funds to do that as well. Some of our forfeiture funds and things. Again, I guess you need to speak with Karen about that travel situation in the car. But we're willing to help y'all all we can. When it comes to the salaries, and I'm so glad we're not talking about that, because none of my folks get paid what they deserve. And I fight the biggest man in here over my salaries, but when it comes to our expense budget, I'm at y'all's mercy on that. There's some things that we need, but I'm at y'all's mercy.
Right, if you don't care.
Sure.
For me to speak up for just a moment. That travel budget, which we are allotted $8,500, you'll see last year the expenses were over 15,000. I looked at that and I said, how is that possible? I went back and looked at all of the breakdown of funds. Over 5,000 of that comes from the Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys for our attorneys to attend Spring Institute. So over $5,000 of that came from VACA. So that didn't come from the county. So sometimes things in that actual expenditures column is like Brett said, is not really accurate to the budget. That comes directly from somewhere else, and then it's just filtered through the county for check purposes. Because I looked at that and I was alarmed, and I thought the same thing. Well, how is that even possible? But Spring Institute is a huge cost for our attorneys, but not a cost for the county. It's all paid for.
And that's why I'm saying that it's hard to tell you, based off of these numbers, where we can cut, because I really don't know how much of the taxpayers' money we used on this stuff and how much came from other sources. I mentioned this back in July or June, whenever we had the last meeting up here, and I feel like somebody gave me a pretty good answer of why we couldn't do it this way. But and I don't expect y'all to come to my office and tell me how to do my job, and I'm not going to tell you how to do yours. But something I feel like would probably simplify this whole process, and always have felt this way, is instead of all these line items, if we had a discretionary fund for our constitutional officers, or a discretionary fund for each office. When I was over at the law school in Grundy, we had albeit a very small budget compared to this, we had a lot, like we're talking about here, we had a line item for each school club that wanted to do this or that wanted to do that. And almost every time at the end of the year, you had clubs that overspent, and then you had clubs that didn't spend their budget. So you're scrambling like the last month of school, because if you don't use it, you lose it. You're scrambling to reassess that money. And to me, it would just, and maybe it's because I'm simple-minded, but to me, it would make much more sense, instead of us having to go and fill out a bunch of paperwork for Mike and say, we've got zero in our travel budget, but we've got $10,000 in our office supply budget. We're wanting to travel, but we're not going to spend all our office supply money. So let us borrow, or borrow's not the right word, but let's move $2,000 from the office supply to the travel, and you sign off on it and go through all this rigmarole to do it. It would make more sense to me if we just had a discretionary fund. If you guys were going to give us a money and say, hey, if you spend it on a computer, if you spend it on travel or whatever, but when you spend it, it's gone. That would make more sense to me. But again, I'm not telling you how to do your job. That's up to y'all. But it would make way more sense. I mean, if you wrote us a check on July 1 and said, listen, pal, when it's gone, if you spend it tomorrow or if you spend it on June 29th, it's up to you. And I honestly think the taxpayers would appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't think we need to vote on every little time you want to spend a nickel from 25 cents somewhere else.
And what we do is if they come to us and they want to make a line item transfer within their budget, we don't bring that up to you all. That's something we do administratively, so all Andre has to do, as long as it doesn't affect the bottom line, we do line item transfers all the time. And if some of that $15,000 was something other than travel, then we should have probably done a line item transfer. Our auditors like that better, and that's where you're going to run into issues of doing what you're talking about. Our auditors are, we've got to be right down the line. We have to identify everything that we're doing. So it would be, this is done so that we stay in compliance with our audits.
Look, I understand, and you have a job you have to do, and I understand that. It would make more sense to me, auditor or not. I mean, I don't see how the auditor would struggle to look at that and say, well, okay, you spend it on this or you spend it on that. But I also understand what you're saying. So that's up to y'all. It just would I think it would be cleaner. And again, some of my family members who may be looking at this and it's Greek to them, because the citizens have every right to look at this and ridicule you and ridicule me and whatever else. And when they look at this and say, you guys are giving over $1 million to the Commonwealth's attorney, that sorry Commonwealth's attorney, that's probably what a lot of them would say. And the answer is you're not. The answer is you're not taking that Wise County taxpayer money and giving it to my office. You're writing the check that Richmond is giving in most instances.
I've been here for almost 7 years, and I know since I've been here, I can't speak from before 2019, but we've had level funding since then. If there has been something, for instance, you'll see $100 in the dues and association memberships that we had to have transferred at the beginning of the year, and we pulled it out of office supply. Our VACA dues, Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys, they ask for dues every year for all of our attorneys. We can't afford that. We paid for 2. And they've graciously extended us that opportunity, but they went up by $50 this year. So we just pulled it from our office supply. So for almost 7 years, I know we've had level funding. We've never had to ask for more than what's in our budget. And we probably don't give back a ton, because I think we only start with like 40,000 maybe, but a couple $1,000s usually always comes back.
And the last thing I'll point out about this spreadsheet is it's showing us to have a $62,000 increase. I think most, if not all, that's on the salaries. The governor gave my attorneys a 3% raise this year, so I think that accounts for that jump there. But that's the last thing that I have, unless you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Comments, questions?
The Wise Works program is really good.
Yes, sir. Our latest number since, I think it was right at the end of 2017. So we're 8 years in, $6.2 million total savings for the county. It's been, and not only that, but we have people that were going to go to jail and they go out and they do this community service, and a lot of them get hired and turn their lives around. So that's what's important to us, you know.
It's hard to believe it's been that long.
Yeah.
Rusty and I came down and talked to you.
Yeah, time flies. I can't believe it. That was, I was the first coordinator. I was waiting for my bar results. And it's crazy to think that I've been practicing law for 8 years now.
Well, you do a great job. You got good support there too.
Yes, got a great group. Fred, you want to brag on me and everybody else? I'm kidding. He was struggling to come up with anything, but no,
he was thinking off the hard.
Thank you, Brett.
Yeah, thank y'all. Thank y'all. I'm a phone call away. If anything else comes up, y'all just have to let me know. I don't envy you. I know y'all in an impossible situation. God bless you for what you do and what you're about to do.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank y'all.
See you, Brett.
But the bottom line is, we want to know, can you cut in between now and June, or can you push anything out toward the end of June to help us with cash flow? That's the most important thing we want to talk about.
This is 9301.
It's your.
No, and this is gonna be, I guess, fairly quick, because when we look at the minimum amount that's required by the county, that's where you're at. So you can't go any further than what's on the page right now.
What's number 30, 20?
What now?
It's 9301.
We do right here, yes,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. Ours was only one line, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, ours was a one line item.
And as I've explained before, there are two parts to what we pay to the school.
Yeah.
There is a part that is established by the state that says thou shalt pay this amount, period. And then there is a part that the state says, if the school provides this service, you will pay this amount.
Yes.
Okay, so, and that's about 12 million and 2 million in rough numbers. One thing that I printed off this morning before I came in here, and I should have made copies of it. This is the score of our schools right now, and I can pass this around. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of our schools are labeled as distinguished, which is the highest level.
Absolutely.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 that are on track, which is the second highest level.
And they're all accredited.
And they're all accredited,
That just
fully
came out.
accredited, which,
Yeah, and that just came out.
and yeah, I mean, I just saw it in my, when I was going through the headlines this morning of another school district, and I found what I could. I don't know where we rank in the state this year.
Well, we were third overall in SOLs, and then, and that's out of 132 divisions, but Wise County also had the second highest percentage of schools identified as distinguished. So we were also second in the state of Virginia on having the most schools as distinguished. And that's as high as you get.
Again, this just came out this morning.
I'd like to argue that.
There, if you pull it up, there is about 40 pages worth of stuff that goes along with this, with charts.
And however, that literally came out yesterday, and we are working on a release to share with the public of, what's distinguished and what's on track, and every school is accredited. So that will be coming out.
All three of our high schools for a framework score are over 100.
Yes, sir.
And so that speaks volumes.
Yeah, and those categories for the high school is, career readiness, college, and military. That's the three things that they look at. You get higher scores based on preparing students for life after high school. And they don't just look at college, they look for workforce, and then they also look for military. It's enlistment, enrollment, and there's another E, I think, engagement, I believe. But our high schools are all distinguished.
Now, as it comes to the budget, I can say this is, maybe it'd be best, maybe I'll look back up a little bit and did maybe just a little bit of, review on school funding. The state actually comes out and says it takes 100% of this number to provide education in Wise County. And then that funding is based on the composite index. And I'm sure you guys have been more than, given that information on what a composite index is for us. And basically, using rough numbers, the state pays 80% of that bill, and it requires the locality to pay, and our composite index is at 20. We're a little around 20. And actually, it's going to go down next year a little bit. But that 20% is exactly what the minimum amount is. Now, what I will say is that we did project an ADM, which is our student count, average daily membership, of 5,265 students. Now, we have looked at our fall figures. We do think that might go a little bit lower. I'm not sure what kind of savings that may be for the county, but I think we've all agreed that the only thing we are requiring or asking from the county has been minimal funding. So whatever in our entitlement sheet that came out to be, we communicated that figure with Mr. Hatfield and Mr. Billiard, and you guys have always been gracious enough to give us the minimum amount. So way back in the day, and Jay, you know this a long time ago, the board of supervisors used to give millions above that minimum required funding. And it used to be always a time budget time came around, it was always talks about exactly how much we could give up or how much we could ask for. Those days are long gone, and now we're only talking about the minimum amount that's required. So seeing that we're at the minimum required, the same things we were talking about, we're still providing a high-class education at that
kind of
level.
go over the things that are in that second category that those are the programs that if we had to cut to schools, we would have to cut programs.
Because if we cut,
We're not wanting to do
state
that.
cuts.
Yeah, because, if we cut our 20%, the state's gonna cut
They're 80.
They're 80.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So we have to make this certification at the beginning of every school year. And it's not that we ask the state for a particular amount of money. That amount of money is based on what the General Assembly passes in the appropriation bill every spring. So when that total dollar amount comes out to us, we do not make a request to the state of, hey, this is what we'd like to have. We're being told, this is what you're going to get, and this is how much we require. But you're talking about things like at-risk educational funding. You're talking about the Virginia Preschool Initiative. You're talking about other infrastructure and operations amounts. The amount of required local match, and that's what we're talking about, is if you don't do the match, we send 80% of that money back up the road to be reallocated to all the other school divisions. With our composite index, and I've said this before, I'm cheering for Fairfax because Fairfax pays a good portion of our educational budget. So I'm cheering for them. I hope they do well, because every time they do well, we do well. So that's really what it comes down to, guys, is state code kind of puts us in a corner, especially at this point in the county's history. We're down to a minimum amount, and there's a lot of state code that kind of backs us up into a corner with the required local match. But those programs are very near and dear to people in the county. We could definitely talk about looking at those programs coming in 2027. I hate to say that number because it seems like it's awfully far out, but it's not. I actually started working on the budget yesterday. So we can definitely talk about doing that in the coming years, but I don't think anybody wants to see those programs going that way. But Mr. Chairman, I kind of hand that back over to you, because like I said, that's kind of where we're at. We're kind of backed up into a corner.
And as he said, our composite index went down to 0.19.
Yeah, 1997 or 79.
Yeah, so it's down just a little bit, but every little bit is a percentage less that we have to pay.
Yeah. Now, if our ADM, and really what, I don't want to really kind of belabor this.
Average daily
membership. We kind of project that in our budget. I'll start projecting that number to be finalized for January, to try to hit a number that we're going to find out in March of the next year. So it's almost a year and a quarter that I'm trying to project that number. So we don't really know exactly how much that state funding we get until that number is finalized. Right now, we are projecting 5265 in our ADM. If that number goes lower, and I think it may, and I've already talked to Mr. Villiard about it, that may end up being a little bit of savings for the county. I'm not for sure how much that will be. I mean, it could be a couple $100,000, it could be 100,000. So whatever it is, that's what it'll be, and it'll be some savings for you. Right now, I do see that our fall membership is a little bit lower than we projected. What happens with that membership after our Christmas break? Well, some kids graduate in December or move off, or something happens with enrollment during that term period. We'll find out more, and when that March 31st figure gets finalized, we'll know for sure what that number is going to be.
Do you think it could be $100,000?
It could be.
Yeah, and we go off live birth rates. I mean, we look at trends in our schools. We look at the attendance, and we look at how many babies are born. I mean, we try to project from year to year, and that's what we think it's going to be lower.
Yeah.
We don't think it's going to be higher.
Well, the population in Los County is decreasing, so that means student population is projected to decrease.
Yeah, it is, and we've held steady though. I mean, we've been over the 5,000 mark, the 5,200 mark every year that I have been involved. But and what has helped too, though, is those kindergarten pre-K programs help to keep kids. It's very competitive now, where another locality, they started a pre-K through 3 program, and you get those kids in early, they're more likely to stay with you and be in the school. So
and people not having kids like they used to.
No, sir.
Don't want any. One or two.
We need to make it mandatory that any teacher under
well, childcare is very expensive, and those types of things. But the requirements on our pre-K teachers and our kindergarten teachers are just crazy. They're being asked to do more and more than they've ever had to do. And so we have graded classrooms, which would be 3- and 4-year-old pre-K rooms, but then we have specific 3-year-old rooms. And, those kids require a tremendous amount of love and attention. But it's love and attention they might not get otherwise or other places. So, we have been steady, but it does look like we will have a few folks. And we had a very large graduating class last year in some of our high schools, because a lot of those students had held back because of COVID when they were in 8th grade. They held back. They didn't want to miss out on that year of sports or whatever. And so I know one high school in particular, they really have a very large graduating class. This year, you'll see a decrease in that graduating class because most of those COVID babies that held back are gone.
Board members, anybody have any more comments or questions?
We can't afford to cut those programs.
No, we cannot.
From a financial standpoint, it would hurt us, and from doing the right things, it would hurt us.
Absolutely.
Doc, it's supposed to snow tonight.
We're very aware of that, Randy.
We get a lot of help on that subject.
People let us know a lot.
A lot about what happened.
He does the snow dance.
No, we know he's pouring ice cubes down the toilet. And every now and then that's happening.
The big thing right now, as we've said, and I discussed a little bit with you, Dr. Bill, for is the cash flow. Anything that you can put off till June, please put off till June. And if we could do similar to what we did in fiscal 25 and fiscal 26, that will really, that will help our cash flow.
Well, I'll share this, the fact that Ron and Andre talk on a regular basis and they're able to have that good relationship of, hey, if I pull this string, you know what I mean? That helps a tremendous amount. So I can completely vouch that Ron and Andre do a very good job of talking about those things because we do want what's best for everybody. I mean, we do.
We're actually working
together.
Yes, sir.
We're actually working through this situation this month, and we've been on the phone with Mr. Billiard and Dolores Smith down in the Treasurer's office about our cash flow and how to come with this month-end payroll that we're getting ready to do this month. And I think we kind of coordinated that and tried to help the cash flow for the county to make sure that y'all don't get put into a strain as those state funds, they trickle in. The state sends us bi-monthly amounts of our budget. We don't get it all at one time. We don't get it monthly. It's just every 2 weeks. So we have to kind of manage that cash flow as we go. And we know that you guys are in that concern also. So we're trying to work together, trying to make sure that we can kind of pull this off throughout this fiscal year.
Seems like you're working hard. I appreciate it.
Good job, doing a good job.
We appreciate it. Thank you all for your support.
What y'all do helps economic development too. Those reports, getting that information out there tomorrow, whatever you get out there, that's very positive for all of us and everything. So thank you, we appreciate that.
We appreciate it.
We try to put as much positivity as we can out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I guess that's it.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Randy, you'll be the first to know if we're on.
Thank you, Doc. You're thinking that
Me and her husband, they moved here from somewhere away, and they wanted to be on a committee
Okay, I think our lunch break is over, so we'll get back to our session. I think that we've got a few minutes before the next department comes in. I'd like to go into closed session, under personnel. Can somebody help me with that, section 3711? Is it A8?
It's A1, I believe it's personnel.
Personnel is 2.2-3711A1 personnel. That's the only issue, right?
Yes, sir.
So I need a motion to go in closed session.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Atkins made the motion, Mr. Fordline made the second. Any discussion, all in favor of going in closed session, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're in closed session.
Excellent of those clouds.
Looks like snow clouds out there now.
Okay, I believe we're ready to come out of closed session. I need a motion to return to open session.
I make a
You
motion.
got it.
Mr. Carter made the motion, Mr. Atkins made the second. In discussion, all in favor of coming out of closed session, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we need to certify closed session.
Mr. Chairman.
Brett can do that.
Brett, can you do that, remember?
And look at this tooth right here. When you get done, you got another job to do. I just thought.
Let me think about that. Let me think about this.
What we got for you?
I move that only matters as were identified in the motion convening closed session were discussed or heard by the Board of Supervisors.
I'll second that motion.
That'd be close enough.
Roll call, Mr. Hatfield.
Yes. Supervisor Lunsford,
Yes.
Chairman Rivers,
Yes.
Supervisor Atkins,
Yes.
Supervisor Bates, Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Peters,
Yes.
Supervisor Boardwine,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Schoolcraft.
Yes. I believe there's some action we need to take. So in order to take action after closed session, we need to modify our agenda. So I need a motion to modify the agenda to allow for action item.
You have it.
Mr. Atkins made the motion, Mr. Peters made the second. So any discussion on modifying the agenda? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now I need a motion concerning Mr. Hatfield's settlement agreement,
I'll make that motion.
that we ratify the settlement agreement for Mr. Hatfield. That's the motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Carter made it, Mr. Borden, Mr. Schoolcraft seconded. Got a motion and a second to accept, to ratify, the settlement agreement for Mr. Hatfield. Any discussion about this? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Now, we're ready to return back to our
You're gonna
department
fool
heads.
around here and be out of a job.
I know.
Come to me just like that.
Thank you all for coming, appreciate it.
I'm Lynn White, I'm Chief Deputy Treasurer. I'm here for Dolores.
12.
She's recovering from recent surgery. She is working from home if you need anything.
What I have said to the other department heads, in addition to talk about anything that's not in yellow, if you could talk about any cuts that you're gonna have between now and then. Any way you can say this about it, or to postpone, so we can get through this cash flow that Dolores talks about.
Yes, we're gonna surprise you and we're gonna talk about something in yellow.
Okay, that's even better.
Yeah, we do have an employee that's leaving at the end of January and is, trying to help with the budget, not replacing that employee until July 1, the board allows. We are looking at an increase in workload with the dual personal property mailings. But if we don't replace her, then that'll give us 5 months of salary and benefits. And I've got an estimate of like 27,000 that would help. Let's see. I'm not familiar with the lease for RJ Young copiers, but I do feel like that we could do with less, with fewer copiers in our office, if that would help. I don't know if that's an option at this time.
You're all right. You don't need to shake. You're doing fine.
We're all friends in here.
I'm not sure. Okay, so do you want us to look at each line item, or what do you want us to?
If you want to highlight line items, that's probably better.
Okay.
Anything you want to talk about.
Okay, so our maintenance service contracts I just mentioned about the RJ Young, I feel like that's probably the only thing in there that we could possibly adjust. Our professional services, I know you all mentioned that a few times. That is for, we use TACS, the Taxing Authority, to do our bankruptcy filings. So that, is a big help to us. The postage and other operating supplies is our big expenses that basically all that is we have our real estate, personal property, delinquent notices, dog tag letters, liens, summonses, all of those kind of things are, we pay to have those printed and mailed. We do save money on postage by going through a printer because they get a bulk rate whenever they mail it along with other people's mailings. So that's really the biggest thing about using that outsourcing is because we do get a cheaper rate on the postage. And of course, we all know that postage rate goes up all the time. Let's see. Is there another one that you want me to look at? We are looking at our office supplies. Over the past few years, I went back and looked at our budget, and we never spend all the money that's allocated to us. That's never our goal, is to spend all of it. And it looks like that in office supplies alone, over 18,000 has been that we have not actually spent that money. We do put our DMV stop money in office supplies. We are planning on, and hopefully that will cover the money we have in office supplies and that DMV stop money to cover the increase for the printing and the mailing of the tax tickets.
How much does it cost for printing and mailing?
Okay, so Dolores had this.
Just curiosity.
Well, for the real estate first and second half, the printing of the tickets is $8,463. Postage was over $15,000. We're expecting maybe we're just guessing at the personal property doing a second billing for that the total of that might be like $9,000 for the printing and the postage. But again, we hope to have that covered with our extra office supplies and the DMV stock money. I know some of the others went over their job duties and stuff. Do you all feel it's necessary for us to tell you? I mean, we do a lot of other things other than tax collections. Okay. Let's see. One thing, and you all may not even want to consider this. When I was reaching out to some of the other localities about the twice a year personal property, one thing that we looked at was the code section allows for the treasurer to not mail bills out that's $20 or less. But we don't like that idea because you would be charging penalty and interest on something that you never even mailed to the taxpayer. But there is an option. There's a code section that allows the governing body to do an ordinance that if the bill's less than $15, to just omit it from the book, the personal property book. You might not want to do $15, but you might want to do something less. One of the localities that I talked to, they have an ordinance where if it's under $10, they don't assess it. I mean, even if we did $5, we have a lot of bills that's under $5. And Let's see, Dolores had a note here about, for like the real estate bills. I don't know, none of the code sections I found allowed us to do that for real estate, but we do have a lot of bills that are piddly amounts for pool trailers. And, like, she's got a note here that if the bill's under $2, which we do have a lot of real estate that's $2, we actually lose money mailing those bills out.
Do you have an excuse me, an estimate what it costs to prepare a bill and mail
Let's see.
it? When I worked for the same, that's been 18 years ago, it was almost $10. I mean, the postage.
Yeah, I don't have,
Secretary's time and everything.
well,
Adds up.
it does, and I can promise you with me and Wes, get the files ready to get to the printers. It's really, it's time consuming. It really is. And then the
Postage going
printers,
up all the time.
yes, it does.
So
It
it's
does.
$10, that may be the amount you want to
Yes, yes.
use to not.
But I'd be happy to give you all these code sections, get you all a copy of them, and maybe you can consider doing that. I
Could you
do.
make money at $7.50?
$7.50. Well,
Well, I hear steering away from 10, and 5's not enough.
well, yeah, I don't want to encourage anything that's going to cost, that we lose a whole lot of money, but you do need to look at how much it does cost to
I
mail.
don't want you to lose any. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, well, we'll have
Things
to,
like
we
that
can
are
look
Bob.
at, yeah, we can look at all of that and
Look
give
at
you
$5.
some numbers.
We're talking about noise.
That we wouldn't collect? Okay.
Yeah, we will get you all some good numbers, and like do you some what I can do is pull up this past years that we have and give you like your estimate of like under $2, $5, $10. We can give you all the different ones.
I didn't realize there was some that was like $2,
There's some,
$5.
it's really, really low.
I had one,
Mine was $6.07 for my homemade travel trailer.
Yeah.
I mean, my homemade full line trailer.
The pool trailers are a big problem because they have permanent tags, a lot of them, and people, they get rid of them, they sell them, they trade them, whatever, or they don't exist anymore. But the DMV still has them listed.
Do we have an idea of what percentage of our people use, that tells you, just to email it to them and not to use postage?
Not many.
I want to say we have maybe 200 people in the county.
And we do have several that they'll sign up for that, and the very first time they get the email, they contact us and say, I don't like that, please take me off. If we can encourage, and I feel like that as years go on, that is going to be more and more common. And the payment portal that we have, where they can go online and pay their taxes, we're working with Keystone and the printers to hopefully be able to upload their ticket. So they could go on there and see the ticket, and those that we email them, they can still go on there and look, and feel a little better about that, and maybe we will save more money then.
More people will do that, it would save us some money.
Yes, and we do put that on our tax tickets, trying to encourage people to sign up for that. They do get their tax tickets a little bit sooner than the rest of the people that get them mailed most of the time. Is there anything you think of?
Do we penalize people for paying with a credit card or anything?
We do have to use a third party, and they charge a convenience fee. The county does not absorb that fee. We don't see that. We don't collect it.
How much is that?
It's 2.75%. And the online check is $1.95.
Flat rate. So, and a lot of people pay that way.
Can you remember how much that we had in October?
I want to say on the last day of the month, it was $400,000 or something. I mean, it was outrageous.
But that's more and
Beats
more.
the penalty, didn't it?
Huh?
It beat the penalty, didn't it?
Yes, it does. It sure does.
Thank you all so much for that information.
I was gonna say, any other board members have comments or questions?
Okay, well, we'll get you all those numbers and the code sections. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all, and Dolores for holding off on that.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
Take care.
Place. I've only euthanized because it's been ordered by a judge, it's been sick, or it's been very aggressive, that type of thing. But like today, not one dog went to rescue. So I just really, I mean, I've got five sets of puppies right now. And everybody, I mean, a lot of it is people's turning them in because they can't afford it. You know, and technically I don't like to turn them away. And we normally, I can turn away if you come in and say, well, I just don't want my dog right now. Well, you might have to wait till we do get space. But if Norton brings in one or we've got a merge like a, we have to take it. There's no choice. I mean, I wish there was something. Like I said, we've even been getting donations on cleaning supplies. That's just because they said make a wish list, and our girls did, and we've actually gotten some cleaning supplies, which will help with loads. I mean, because we wash a lot. We wash every blanket that's used, every towel that's washed every day. We do a lot of laundry. My dryer's on its last leg, but we're going to try to make it until. I mean, that's the only big thing I can see I'm going to need. Maybe before June, but I'm hoping it don't.
Would you like your
Before June is or something.
Tell me what?
Clothesline.
I know, I told him, I said, we might have to resort to a clothesline. I'm not against it.
Yeah, that wouldn't work today.
A lot of sun.
A lot of sun, yeah. It don't sun a lot. So the sun don't shine up there a whole lot, it seems like. I was trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, I probably won't have to spend educated. I had to go to the conference this year. We have to have so many continuing education hours every year, and if I went to the conference, that got me all I needed, so I'm good. Scott won't have to go next year. So that's, I mean, I know what I'm telling you is probably pennies and dimes, but That's, um, is there anything else y'all see that,
Any board member have any items they want to bring up, talk about, discuss?
I know it's tough, but I don't know what you do.
You'd be a special person to do what you do.
thank you, we don't hear that very often. No, we get pretty, things have been kind of rough here lately with death threats, and it's been bad.
If you've got heart, it hurts.
Yeah. You know, I mean,
No
it's just,
getting around.
I don't like what I do. I'll be honest, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I do, because I definitely don't, I'd be lying. I mean, I thank God I have a job, thank God, you know, I'm employed, but do I like it? No, I hate it every day.
There'll be some sad times.
Yeah.
It is.
You want to keep them all, never
Yeah.
euthanize anything.
Nobody knows how hard that is. And, you know, we do our euthanasia in house. I mean, that's something that me and Scott does, and it never
Scott
gets.
is certified now.
Yeah, he's certified. Mhm. If it ever becomes easy, I'm gonna walk away. Cause, I mean, that's something that I can't imagine it being easy. I mean, for anybody.
You don't have any large animals right now, do you?
A lot.
You
And a lot of people want small, and this time of year, everybody wants a puppy for Christmas, well, they bring it back in a couple months, cause that puppy turned into a dog. And that's really hard. And, you know, and I'm strict on the adoption. I don't let just anybody have a dog, you know, I mean, your animal's not fixed, you're not getting one, and if you ever get a complaint on that, talk to me about it, because that's why, if you can't fix the ones you got, you're not gonna fix that one, and that one dog can have numerous pups. It can have 10 litters. 10 times 10, that's a lot. It adds up, and people don't really realize that. There's a lot of people in this area does not know how dogs get here. So I mean, I'm just being honest.
Cats can have them like that too.
Oh my gosh, cats can get pregnant while they're nursing. Dogs don't, but cats can. We've had cats come in with a litter and be pregnant and have another litter after they've weaned that litter. That problem there, I don't know what we'll do about cats, the cat population. Yeah, I had a man come in one time and he had two dogs together and they were brother and sister, and he said, well, they're brother and sister. I said, okay. He said, well, they wouldn't do that. And he looked like he was an educated man. I'm not saying, anything bad, but he really did not know that a brother and sister dog would breed. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care.
He's about ignorant enough to be put off the street.
So I took him, and sure enough, she was pregnant, but here we are. I can't make this stuff up, ask him. Yeah, I could sit here all day and tell you stories. I'd have you laughing at least.
You already are.
You succeeded. Scott couldn't do that.
No.
We've learned something today.
Yeah, I taught y'all something. If you didn't learn anything else, if you get nowhere else.
And again, the biggest thing right now is just anything that you can hold off hold off as long as you can.
I have, that's what I said. I've not been to Lowe's. Lowe's usually was a 1 or 2 week treat, because we have to have laundry detergent. We have to have Dawn. We have to have, and I usually I buy the cheapest everything. Cheapest laundry detergent, the cheapest bleach, which bleach is expensive now, believe it or not. I remember when it was 90 cents a gallon, or what, now it's not. But we've been getting these donations with our wish list, and as long as that continues, I can cut back on that.
Every bit helps.
I mean, that's what I said. If it's, we're not gonna spend, had a talk with all of them. I've even told them, to be conservative with water, we do use a lot of water. But that's, I have to clean, because if the state comes in and finds us, then we're, I can't let that happen to us, so.
No, we want to take care of the animals.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you all. Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We
Be safe out there.
Thank you. Remember about that brother and sister dog.
wore out already.
We'll give him out just a minute to come back in.
So you'll be right back.
Doing all right?
Yes, sir. And just so y'all know, this is the first time I've ever had to do anything like this in my whole entire life, so
Okay.
bear with me.
Don't be nervous, you're
Oh,
fine.
no.
We're not gonna bite you. We appreciate what you do.
Yes, we do.
I've been here 18 years and we've never done this like this.
Really.
So.
Something like that.
That is what I've said to the other department heads as we start. We're looking to see if there's anything you can cut between now and the end of June. Or if there's anything that you can push off and not find until near the end of June. It helps us with cash flow.
Right.
And that's what we're concerned about.
Well, one thing that, when I started 4 years ago, we were very poor on tools. We didn't have anything to work with. I used my personal things a lot, and over these last 4 years, we have bought a lot of tools. And it's been, a lot of money, but we're kind of caught up. So that's one thing for sure. We shouldn't have to be buying anything expensive because we've got everything to work with now. So that'll help a little bit as far as that part you're talking about. So.
Okay.
Some of the renovations we're doing, we may be able to put off. We've got things ordered. The windows, they're gonna start the end of this month. Gonna start taking people's windows out in the middle of January. But anyway, timing is everything, right?
Yeah, it must be.
So, but maybe David and I can talk. He's got a list of some courtroom renovations and things like that. We're not spending a huge amount of money on, but it is money that we're spending. So,
Yeah, I mean, you're talking low thousands, $10,000 or so. It's not very much. The courtroom we just finished, we'll have it finished tomorrow. It wasn't very much at all to get it done, and basically because we do it ourselves. And that saves us a lot of money having to do it, but.
And we've got the C-Corps people helping, which really helps.
Great. The C-Corps program has helped me out a lot.
After the meeting, if you all are interested, we go up and see what they did up there. But it was a paneled room with, it's just ugly.
Yeah, really bad. 1930s. I don't even want to say 70s. It was pretty bad. One of the two small ones.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the second courtroom,
The middle court.
yeah, middle courtroom. So they've done a great job with that. But we've got David has all the buildings that we own. That includes courthouse, the Justice Center, all the community centers he's responsible. They're his budgets. Most of the community centers are very small, $4,500, $5,000, pay electricity, water, those kind of things. We do have, Jay, did you ever send me that other quote on the roof?
I handed it to you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you did. Okay, we'll get that, we will get that going, but that needs to be done because the roof is still leaking that little bit.
No,
It's not?
No, I've got
You
it
did work
fixed.
on it last year, is that right?
I've worked on it a couple times, but this last time that I did, it's not leaked since, and that's been 3 months, 4 months
Yeah.
ago. So I think we've got it taken care of. And when I told Karen that we had it taken care of, she said to hold off on getting the roof replaced for now.
So what treatment on it?
It's the only reason that it was leaking was in some valleys,
and the valleys weren't really installed right. They didn't have it done right. And now it is, but the shingles, they've got another 4, 5, 6, 7 years left on them. They're not wore out. It just, the roof wasn't on there right to start with. So as long as I can keep those valleys in control, then we should be good for
So
a
right
little
now,
while.
they are in control.
Yes. Yeah. There's no leaks at all now.
Okay, well, that's some
Sounds
savings
good.
that we anticipated spending.
Then that's
Sounds good.
Yes,
money
sir.
we won't have to spend.
Yes.
Yeah, as far as the community centers go, we do have, you know, a low budget for those. Sometimes I have to use that money for them, and sometimes I don't. My problem with my budget is this building. There's been so many things neglected over the years, and so many things need to be done. What you give me in my budget to do this building, I could triple it, especially if I had the manpower to do it. So a lot of times I'll have a little bit of money left over in Dorchester or Stevens or so that I have to use here. I've had to do it. Those buildings right now are in decent shape. We got all new flooring. We put new blinds. We've new roofs. All the buildings are in good shape. Tacoma is very old and needs some interior work done. But the other two buildings they're fine. They need a paint job inside and a pressure washing. So money there, we're not gonna have to be spending a lot of money on those, because we've got those caught up and they're in really good shape.
If you have an HVAC issue and you're able to handle it, you have to contract it out.
With those little ones, we handle it ourselves. Some of this bigger commercial stuff, since Donnie left us, I've got AJ and Tyler, and they're pretty knowledgeable, but they're not very knowledgeable on the commercial things, so we have to use training most of the time to do it. And I use Ridgeview Heating and Cooling, because if it's not something that Train has installed, they're usually cheaper on fixing things for us. So, but I didn't know about this problem until not long ago, and since I found out about it, I have made a few phone calls to see somebody different than Train doing our service work, because they had a man named Sam that done it before I started, and he quit Train right after I started here, and he was excellent. Everybody loved him. He could drive by out front and tell you if something was wrong just by listening. But what they have now, he's not showing up a lot. He's not doing the service like we got from Sam. So I'm not real happy with him. I've made some phone calls to see if I can, you know, do some price shopping but the bad part about doing that stuff is, even with Train or United Elevator, they know everything about this building. The elevator people know, they've been here for all these years. They know exactly how it works, how it's supposed to work. You get somebody new, I don't know what we're going to end up with. They could do a good job, or they could just ruin it. You know, I don't know. I'm always, if somebody does a good job for me, I want to stick with it.
I agree with you. Now, one building that is in just about need of a roof is the building behind it.
Yes.
It's in shingles are pretty
That
rough shape.
building, though,
We
is-
don't have to do it this year.
No,
But
but
we need
that
that.
building is something that I can do. It's not steep, it's not, that one will take us a couple days and we'll be done. Put a metal roof on it and that's it. So that is no big deal, but it does need a roof.
But it can wait till next fiscal year.
Yes.
How's the community center in Stevens holding up?
Well, that's what I was just talking about. We've done so much work on them that really the only things that Stevens and Dorchester needs now is painted inside. They've got new floors, new roofs, everything on those buildings are good. New water heaters, new toilets. We've done a lot of work on them things the last 3 or 4 years.
The Justice Center building roof, is it? I know we did some things, Gabe.
Well, I got up there and tightened up all the screws on it before they had backed out some, patched a few places. They're not having any issues right now. but that building does need a roof soon. The sheriff's department, Justice Center. And that's not gonna be cheap. That'll be an expensive job. I'm limping it along, keeping it from leaking, but eventually it's gonna have to have a roof. The metal that's on it now is even starting to get some rust on it, so it's gonna end up being bad.
Maybe y'all
Yeah, that's not something we can do. We'd have to get LaFernie or Leonard and somebody to do that.
On that building.
Seemed like LaFernie's gave us an estimate one time and it was a couple $100,000 to put a roof on.
You know that now. Probably.
Well, this has been last year before, maybe. It won't be much more. The roof that we put on this building has solved everything, no more leaks anywhere. So now I can go through the building and fix the walls and not have to worry about having to fix them again next week. And the ceiling tiles.
No longer.
Right. Yeah. And that roof's beautiful. I love it. It looks great.
Sounds like you're on top of it. You're doing a good job.
A lot of people comment on how good this roof looks, your citizens have.
As far as cutting anything, there's several, like I was talking about, the tools, we cut that. That's not gonna help you anything. That's just little money. Clothing allowance, we all have new shirts and stuff now. We could cut a little off of that. But, I mean, you're looking, anything that I do, it's gonna be less than 10 grand, so. But we save money the best we can. And the biggest way that we're saving money is a lot of things that's going on, you're not having to hire anybody to do it because now we do it ourselves. It used to not be that way.
That's savings right there.
Yes. And then, you know, it gets overwhelming. There's a lot of things that need to be done, and I'm in the middle of this project, and it gets all, and I have to go here and I have to go there and I run myself to death. But I will never tell you no. If it is something that we can do and I can do, we're gonna do it, no matter what it is.
I like that attitude.
Yes.
When you're trying to take care of something that's 100 years old or more, so.
Right. And I don't want to cut anybody down, but before me, if they did do something, it really wasn't done right. There's so many electrical problems in this building. I could do nothing but that to get it up to code. It's just been neglected by the years past. So, yeah, I mean, we could work 24 hours a day. If we had the money to do it, we could work 24 hours a day. And I don't know how long it would take us to get this building ready. So.
Try. That's right. You've got a lot of knowledge, sounds like me. You're doing a good job.
Yeah.
That's right.
Anybody else have any comments for David?
You working on the side for anybody?
I could use somebody. If I have, you know, I have so many people ask me that, and anybody that I help here, I'm supposed to be helping Becky here soon, but I won't even charge anybody, because, you know, this is my work environment, and if somebody needs something done, I'll go do it. But by the time
About 15 minutes.
by the time that I get done here, I'm too tired to do anything. Yeah, I'm not young anymore.
Do a lot of work. You can't find me. Teresa stopped me from going on the roof. There you go.
Yes, sir. You better not be
I
going
don't
on
feel
that road.
everything in me.
I don't want to hear one of the neighbors come by and say, I saw Bob up on the roof again.
Oh, he's laying on the ground, been there for 2 days.
Okay,
Well-
if nobody else has any comments, then we'll say
Well,
thank you. We appreciate what you're doing.
we probably need to address that, our, maintenance service contracts.
Okay.
Those things we have had, Johnson Controls always take care of our fire suppression and our fire alarms, and now we've got building technology in this building. But Johnson Controls is still at the Justice Center. you know as well as I do, when you've got a contract with somebody, you get real comfortable, you're gonna charge what you wanna charge, and we're paying it. If they wanna charge me $500 to come out there and put in a transformer in something, we're paying it. It don't need to be that much money. So each one of those things, I've got 3 or 4 different companies that I'm calling, trying to get better pricing on our service contracts. Moody sprinklers. Moody's comes in, they come in and they drain this sprinkler system out of the parking garage so it won't freeze. Takes them 30 minutes and we're paying $500.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
I mean, it's, I'm trying to find the difference. Kingsport.
Charge how much?
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous. I can't, do you remember what we paid? It's like, it's up there $400 or $500. So, the sprinkler system, we've taken care of it. It's all up to par now. We've replaced all that. That cost us a lot of money last year. We don't have to worry about it. But my guys and me, we don't know how to work on that stuff. So we have to get them to come and do it. But I'd like to find somebody that could do it a little cheaper. And then we run into the same thing I was telling you about. You know, are they going to do a better job? Is it going to be cheaper? If it is cheaper, do they know what they're doing? This other company knows our building. They know where everything's at. I just don't know really what to do. It would have to be a significant savings before I would want to change. Well, that's not my call, but before I would want to change, it would have to be a big savings.
I'm sure you'd want to talk to them about that work for them.
Yes.
And find out the
Yes.
quality work with it.
The other one, we had the elevator service. I found 3 places: Schindler's, Otis's, and Ameriglide, that I've already made phone calls to them to see what they can do with that. The sprinklers, we've got Eagles, Johnson Controls, Premier, and Southern Fire that I've called. So we can get prices on that to try to help.
How big a deal is it to drain that thing? Is it accessible to the average dude?
Yeah.
The problem you run into is almost everything that's done on a fire suppression system has to be done by a certified.
Well, then that took care of that.
Certified
Yeah.
contractor. You do something on that and it doesn't do right, then you've taken on liability that you don't want.
That's right. Insurance may not pay if you have an accident.
Yeah, so those are the kind of things, fire alarm system, the elevators, all of those things, they're specialty contractors, and there aren't enough of them to do all the work that's in the area, so
Right.
they get to charge what they want to.
Yeah, none of these people that I'm really talking to are actually very close. We're talking Knoxville or somewhere else. We've got a little bit local here, but people, and you guys know this, when you're using somebody and you've used them all this time, they feel like they can just charge you what they want to charge you. Y'all know that. And that's what they're doing too. So I'll try my best to do something about that.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dave?
I think we're good. We'll do the best we can with what we got to do with it.
Sound like you're dedicated, and we appreciate that very much.
And Mike, as far as Mike goes, I couldn't ask for a better boss. He has been great with us. He's been fair with us. And one of the best things I've ever done is met him and come to work here. I worked for myself for 30 years, my own business, and I would rather be here than doing that any day. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Thank you for your devotion to your job.
Yes, indeed.
I'll pay you in a minute.
Where's that money going to?
Don't take
come through here.
That's good.
I mean, we've got some super people working for the county.
You don't get any people that much knowledge and maintenance.
Well, we've got a master electrician and 2 HVAC certified people working for the county right now. And then we bring in Greg.
Come on, Greg.
Well, that's
I should have.
Oh, you did?
Those microphones can be picking that up, Steve. You be quiet down there.
It's all the way up to 71 degrees.
Good. Greg, to start off, I'll say what I said the other department heads. We're looking to see what you can cut between now and the end of June, or what you could postpone and bind to the end of June. That's close. The main issue right now. We're just trying to get through the next 6 months as easy for everybody as we can. So anything you want to talk to about your budget?
4206.
Sure will.
620, 4206.
I have identified just a couple things. Honestly, our budget on that line is about as thin as it can get. Since I went back and prepared a sheet, if anybody wants it, I made copies if you want it, but I went back through those operational line items that were requested information about. I went back through 2002, 25 years, and looked at the air budget for those line items. And since 2010, for the last 15 years, air budget has been cut over 51%. We went from, let's see, 2010, we were at $69,950 to run our department for the entire year in operational expenses. And we're down to $34,200 this year. So we're operating on a basically a razor thin amount to try to run our county department that services the entire county with everything we do. I did identify a couple things that I saw at the board. Of course, if we're going to go through line item by line item, we can. I saw where we have $600 for awards. We don't really have a school program. We've not been able to get back into school since the COVID years. We've tried, but we've not had any success. And so those awards were what we give out to the kids for different recycling program challenges that they did in schools and contests. And that's $600 right there. And everything else cuts into services. Basically, after that, I've got the rest of the money that's in the line item for recyclables. We use that to fund our Clean Your Files Day event. We do 2 of those events a year, one in the fall and one in the spring. We could cut the spring one out. We've already done the fall one. We cut that out, and that's a savings of over, about $1,400 right there. I think it would save the county. But that's cutting into a service that we do provide. Everything else is, whatever cuts we make will be in the services. There's just nothing else there really to cut. But if you wanted to go through them and see, have any questions about what we spend on or how we spend it,
I'll ask this question. The $600 for awards.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had to dip into that in the past to make your budget work?
I don't think we have. I always try, when I return it, I mean, whether or not you cut it or not, it's coming back to the county because we don't have any plans to spend it. So regardless of whether you cut it or not, it's going to be there. I don't have, and we've had to take an emergency where we spent all the money in another line item, didn't have anything else to pull out of that. And that could be covered under an amendment or an appropriation, which I'll do at a later time if necessary. I don't have any plans for that right now. So I do see that could be cut easily without any, I don't see where there's going to be an issue there. But it wasn't planned on being, where we wasn't able to get a program back in the school this year. Up till now, we've not anyway, and I don't see us halfway point. I don't see it happening. It's pretty much, if it ain't done by the first of the school year, the new school year, it doesn't happen. It's not where we haven't been able to work anything out with them. I've been trying since the COVID years. So that really shut us down in our educational programs. It really bothers me. But we're working on it. We're working on it. So.
Any of the court fines, do those come back into your department to help you?
No. One time they did. There was, if I'm not mistaken, and Mike, you'll have to help me on this and this was, I think pre the time you were here, there was a line item that was created for that, and those monies did come in. We actually bought a piece of equipment with that, a small piece of equipment that we used with that money. But right now it's not. Fines we're generating are well, you got civil penalties for the civil cases we take, and then we got fines. So, I mean, that is something I would love to investigate if that could happen. That would help us out. And I'll be honest with you, we have a grant that we get from the state. It's a non-competitive grant, litter prevention recycling grant. And if it wasn't for that grant, we would already be cutting the services. We use that grant to shore up their program, because we would already be cutting deep into services if we went for that grant. That grant accounts for, let's see, what did that grant account for? I think it's 32% of our operational budget is that grant. So that gives you an idea. If it wasn't for that grant, we would be really hurting. So,
Are we getting enough court dates and prosecutions on stuff to really make it dent in some of this stuff?
we would, we take everyone to court that is in violation that we feel needs to be taken to court. There's so many cases. There's a very unique situation. We're talking about most time crimes of illegal dumping or something to where trying to find these people, and then that's sometimes kind of hard. And then with like trash accumulation, we have so many absentee landowners right now. We've got a case right now we're working with. The person, he's living in the Amish country of Pennsylvania, but he owns property here in Wise County where he was a resident one time down here. And so getting him, you know, it's a misdemeanor case. They're not going to extradite him back for, you know, so it's, you know, we'll charge him civilly, then we've got to try to get him served up there. But we got properties that need to be cleaned up. And so that's our issues.
That's an Appalachian.
And so you knew what I was talking about. I wasn't going to say that, Fred. But I mean, and so
and the fines that we're getting are not covering the cost of what we're doing.
We would like to see the courts adopt a stricter punishment for people for that. And I'm not talking about putting them in jail. There are people that I do think that need to go to jail, though. If the judge orders you to clean your property up and you disobey that court order, I think those people deserve to go to jail. You know, but I think that, you know, we're trying to teach these people to be good stewards to their property and to their neighbors and to the environment. And so if they can just get off with a warrant, to me, enforcement for adults, you know, I think, you know, we always said we had the three for enforcement for litter prevention. We said we had the 3 E's: education, enforcement, and eradication. Kind of like your 3 R's of recycling. So, you know, and I think that you can educate the children in schools, which I'd love to get our school program going again. I think that on our adults, I can far more educate a person if I hit him in the pocketbook. And that's where I'd like to see a little bit stiffer fines. We did have that with before with previous court with judges and stuff. So right now we're working to see if we can, you know, improve that. But we take the cases to court and we're limited to what we get. What we get.
As a board, can we put pressure on or some recommendations to some judges that we like to see things a little different, or is there a good approach?
Well, this is what we've seen happen back when I first started at this job in 2004. The Upper Tennessee River Roundtable received a grant, and they put on a litter summit. And through that litter summit, by educating our legislators and our judges, we saw great strides in what happened in our courtrooms. We actually had the very first environmental court in Wise County at one time. And We found out we couldn't call it that because the state has to approve any new courts, but we called it an environmental court, but it was a special day given just to us, and the court understood, where they don't hear shoplifting cases and assault cases and drug cases and drunk drivers and stuff, and they just concentrate on that. And they got to understand from these litter summits, from these educational programs we put on for them, just the true impact. Because I can promise you that the impact of somebody littering, especially on their property or a dump site or something, has far greater impact than a person stealing a stick of gum. I can tell you it does. From a economic development standpoint, from a tourism standpoint, we've had people in sections of the county that actually could not even get fire insurance on their properties because of the danger that their neighbor's property presented to them. We've had people that's had to sell their properties for $20,000 and $30,000 less than it was appraised at because of the mess that they happen to be the neighbors of who live beside them. And those are some serious issues that need to be addressed. And I think personally, I really push for those issues to be taken seriously when we get to court. So, but yeah, I would love to see the money. I don't know. I've not asked for any, so it may be there and I don't know about it. To be honest with you, I've not asked for any to come back to us for anything, so it may be there and I'm not aware of what exactly, if it's going straight to the general fund or if that's still a line item.
Would courts have anything to do with that? Would they have any money that maybe you could get?
Well, we just now started taking our cases back criminally, and that was at the court's recommendation that they prefer assist, take our cases criminally. Before that, we had all done our cases in civil court because firsthand the burden of proof is a lot less. So, but they've been very receptive to us on that regard. But just the penalties, the monetary penalties, have just not been where they used to be in times past. So.
Anybody else?
Did a good job, Rick.
Really thank you.
Try
what you do.
Okay, guys, I appreciate you. Thank you. If y'all have anything you need from me.
Thank you, Greg.
You've got a frustrating job. You'll clean up a section of road that's dirty before you get to
General district primarily.
This is a problem, isn't it?
Have a hot seat.
Hot seat. You don't hear that one often, do you?
This one's not hot enough.
Fred will turn it up here.
There you are.
All right, guys, let him have it. Does everybody know Judge Elkins and Judge
I think
Baker?
I know everybody here. Judge Baker and Vanessa, our recovery court coordinator,
Yes.
because we were responsible for 2 budgets, so.
We appreciate y'all being here, and all I want to say, I've said to the other department heads, is we're looking for cash flow between now and the end of June. Anything you can do to help us cut or help push y'all
that.
to the very
Could you
last
try
part of
again?
June. The later you can buy it, the better we'll do.
Understood.
With that, say anything you did, want to say.
Well, where do you want to start? I've got 2 budgets to talk about.
2101, I think.
101 is circuit court. Okay. There was only one item that you all had highlighted on circuit court. It says drug court grant expense. That shouldn't be there. I have no idea why that's there. Circuit court budget's completely different budget from recovery court. You can see the kind of evidence by what's been taken out of it, $89 in 7 months. That was probably done in error. So I don't have anything. I have no explanation for why it's there other than it's probably coded wrong. And so you take it out because we don't spend it. We don't know about it. So
There was nothing budgeted in either, so that's.
Right. Everything else here is mostly salaries. We do operate shoestring. I think every year that I've had to do the budget, we've given money back. We don't do the big frivolous spend at the end of the year. Travel, this is for 2 judges, $1,000. So
there've been years that we've not even touched it because you can't do much with it. You can't buy 2 plane tickets with it. You can't pay really any kind of mileage out of it. We did use it this year because we had training in Harrisonburg. So if you were to, even if you took 10% of hours, what's other than salary stuff, you would save you $800. So there's not much here, but if there is any left, I can promise you that we will give it back to you. Or not spend it, not giving it back to you. We won't spend it. So, y'all have any questions about the circuit court budget? It's 2 employees and that's about it.
Board members, about having comment, question?
Okay. And Mike did negotiate a lower salary for our new employee with circuit court, so he did save you money out of that. Recovery court is, what is it? Would it be 104? Is that the number?
2104.
Yeah, 104.
Drug court.
Okay. This one is very, especially dear to me. There may be other programs in the county that I'm not aware of. This program saves you probably several $100,000 a year. This is an incredible investment. If you look at salaries and wages, the amount there, right at close to 60,000 of that is a grant from the Supreme Court of Virginia, the salary part. So that's not coming out of a general fund or Wise County taxpayer money. And the rest, of course, is benefits. The question item that are at the bottom there, the drug court grant expense, this is there, and the best we can figure is we have a memorandum of understanding with Frontier Health. That's our service provider for recovery court. So they manage the treatment side, we handle the court side. And in 2011, when we established recovery court, the participants have skin in the game. They have to pay a fee to participate. And what we do with that is, it's in our policy and procedure manual. What we do with that is we give it back to them by way of incentives. We help them with gas, we help them with rent, we have a big graduation party for them. And that money is participant funds. So like the treasurer even calls it the cash account. So it shows up here for some reason. And as of this morning, there was $35,859 or something in it. So that line item there is not tax dollars. That's been recovery court funded. In 2019, Frontier Health decided they didn't want to be the fiscal agent anymore for that fund. So the county agreed in 2019 to be the fiscal agent for that money. That money is the participants' money. And then everybody that we have in the program, it has at least a year in jail hanging over their head. And most of them have 2 that would have to serve without the program. And 2 years jail probably costs the county about $60,000 for one person. We got 11 in there right now. And our success rate's probably about 80% with it. So most of those people you're never funding at the jail. So this is an incredible investment. It more than pays for itself many times over. So the bottom opioid fund line, that $3,750 is used to fund sheriff's office deputies to go do random drug screens after hours. That's part of our operating procedure too. You find that when people know they have a long span that they won't be screened, they're more likely to use. So we have random screens, and Mike found that money for us. That was some opioid money the county received, and a portion of that has been used to pay the sheriff's office to go after hours to be able to do the random drug screens for us. And we understand that money may run out, and if it does, it does. But that's also not taxpayer issue. So the 2 things that were not highlighted in yellow are not county funded items. So does anybody have any questions about the recovery board? Okay, y'all got a big task ahead of you.
Thank you, Judge. I will say that Judge Elkins and Judge Baker and really all the judges in the courthouse are very good to work with when it comes to things going on. And we ask them for something, They always get back to us when they ask us for something, we jump because we don't want to go to jail. But I think we have a very good relation. You can't say that about a lot of the courthouses and their relationships with the judges. So we're very appreciative of that cooperation that we have.
We appreciate y'all too. Y'all been very good to us because we're not your employees, but we sure sometimes feel like because we're treated well. And we appreciate that. Doesn't go unnoticed. And we feel like we're good stewards of your money too. It's not, there's no frivolous spending in either of these budgets. So, if you notice the recovery court, there's not even office equipment. There's no expenses to buy paper. That's all funded by the Supreme Court or the participant funds. So.
Anybody else have any comments?
Thank you all.
We sure appreciate what you do.
Well, we appreciate you all too.
Thank you.
Taking us a little early, I think.
Have a good holiday.
You all too. Thank y'all.
See you, Jay.
Thank you all.
we have all the other departments, we're looking, concerned about cash flow between now and then. If cuts can help, anything to do postpone purchasing nearer again. Would help that.
Okay.
That's a big concern. Anything you want to tell us about your budget?
One thing about Susan, she turns money back in.
I do.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that, you know, when we talk about tightening the belt, mine's been cinched up in the last hole since the government shut down. But
I sometimes think you punch you, I just, I'll get it tied.
I do. I wanted to explain kind of a little bit how my budget works. So I brought pictures. Pictures always help, right?
Mhm.
Might pass that around, might as well pass this one around. Pass that one too.
Got a second one, Bob.
We may have more. Okay, this first sheet that I passed around shows you the blue is actually federal and state dollars. And so the orange is the local contribution. So you can see the whole purpose of that is to show you that most of my money comes from the state. And like Mike alluded to, you really can't, my budget is a moving target because, you know, as we need money for services, the state puts money in. We're hitting the mid-year review right now. And for example, foster care payments, the payments that we make to foster care families. I think my budget right now says, I've got a copy of this if you want to pass those around too. My budget right now in adoption or foster care says $519,000. Well, that's not enough to pay the whole year. So the state will come in mid-year and add whatever it is they project that we're going to need for the end of the year. Now that's going to raise that $12 million number, but there's no local match to that, so it won't impact the local match for that. But my budget will go up at mid-year. My budget will increase. Now we have things like auxiliary grants, is how we pay for people to go to nursing homes. Right now I have budgeted $383,000. That's what the state gave me. That won't be enough either. We'll have to have more, and there is a little bit of a local match to that. There's 15% local match, but the pass-through money down there is where we take the local match to meet whatever we need. And we do that. We project what we think we're going to need. So you guys are not in here in March trying to find money to give us to match our budget. Are there any questions about any of that?
This part of this is where we had that big expenditure for April or May or something like that for these, I guess, kids upstate.
Well, that's the
That's the second
CSA,
part.
that's the second part.
That's the
of the
second
budget.
part. We'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah, this is her operating budget.
I have total control of this budget. I can, well, you know, we determine who goes into foster care, and so I can have some control over this. Now, I can't help how many kids come into care, but, you know, we do the applications, and this is pretty much in my wheelhouse. Now, CSA is not. CSA is a group of community team members that come together and they vote for services. And I have no control on what they vote for. But we'll get there in a minute. You can look at that sheet and see that my budget has increased a little each year. The local match has increased a little, but we've also had a 5% raise in 2020. There was another 5% raise in 2021. 3% the next 2 years, and 1% last year, or 3% last year. Correct? But that's a state thing. They determine how much they give us out of the governor's budget, and that increases as needed. Are there any questions?
There has also been money at the end of each year that she has not spent, that she writes us a check for, so.
Yes, I return everything. When I was like, okay, I need to look and cut out some fluff. I pulled every budget line I have. I don't really have a lot of fluff. And right now I'm in a situation that one of my copiers went down because we bought it in 2011. They can't fix it. They don't make parts for it anymore. I've got another one just like it that we're just praying that makes it a little longer, as long as we can, but I am gonna have to replace the one. And then my server is so old that, our software that we use to pay the bills can't communicate with the server. So we're gonna have to buy a new server. I have put that off during the government shutdown, but we can't even access it. We got 2 computers that can access write checks right now. I can't. And I want to thank you, I'm borrowing your county IT people to save myself a lot of money for somebody to install it. But they are helping me buy what I need, and they're going to install it for me, and it will save me some money. And I do appreciate that. Because Becky does our IT, but she's lost when it comes to networking and servers. And okay. I haven't bought a car in, I don't think, 3 years. And if I have to have one, I'll buy one this year, but I will wait until September, October. I will not buy cars unless I have to have one. Okay. The second sheet I passed around looks like this. It's just an FYI. This is what the social services spends back to your community. You will see for the amount of our budget, $144,438,000 came back into this community in food stamps, Medicaid, auxiliary grants. So that's a pretty good return on your investment. And it's got $2 million is what the county ended up investing. And this is 2 years old. That's the latest data they have out. It's 23. It's the latest data they have out. So very likely it's more than 144 million. It's just, I thought that was information y'all would like to know. Okay, now to the CSA. Oh wait, I'm supposed to tell you about my professional services.
Tell us about it.
In my professional services, that is, we pay Jeremy's Oak Winds Law Office to do our adoptions. Livewire had to install, they had to work on our doors out there. Our automatic doors quit working. So that's where that category is. There's no fluff in that. I have them looking right now. We get a lot of return mail. State does all the printing, but the return mail comes to us, and then we have to fix the address and mail it back out. We're spending a lot of money on postage. I had them go through and see if they could streamline that and make sure so we're working on that. But even at that, if I save you $5,000 on postage, that's what, that's $6,000. No, that's $600. I'm sorry, that's $600. So it's gonna take me a lot of money to cut out of my budget to save you any money back, basically. But I'm willing to do whatever I need to do.
You're doing a good job, Susan.
I really need to continue to do what you're doing.
What you're doing is good.
But I want to be a team player.
The next part is where I think we can save some money.
The next part, if we could get this part under control, we could save $1 million. But I don't know how you're gonna do it. CSA money, and I ran for the last 5 years, and I have left that laying on my desk. The big ticket items are special ed private daycare, which is MNIC.
MNIC's what?
We have community-based services, which is Lonesome Pine Office on Youth. And I think that's all that's in that category. Maybe there's one other agency that provides parent aids, mentoring, things like that for kids that we're trying to keep out of foster care.
We don't have any control of MNIC, that price, do we? That's a big price.
That's the school system. we got 12 kids out there right now. And if they're at the more severe level, that's $99,000 a year to have a kid at Minnick.
Per kid.
Per kid. Per kid. And my problem is they take them to Minnick, and they probably need to go to Minnick, but they never seem to bring them back out of Minnick. So if we could somehow work with the school system, and I will make every effort to do that and see if we can start transitioning kids back into the public schools. And here's the other thing. We're paying Minnick $450 a day, and they suspend these kids, and the kids are at home. So if they're going to suspend them and have them at home, Wise County Public Schools might as well have that money instead of Minnick, is how I see it. But I'm just me. Then the parent aides, I have tried to counteract the parent aides because I told my social workers we have been outsourcing our social work, and we're going to start doing more of our own parent aides. I did hire 2 aides because parent aides went from $135,000 in 2020 to $658,000 last year. It's like a 455% increase. And we do have kids with more behaviors, but we've got people who have had parent aid for 12 years. I mean, if you can't fix it in 6 months, we need to. But that's not going to be popular. And each of you have an appointment on the Community Policy and Management Board team, and I may have to call on you for some help with that. But we are going to have to get that under control. We're going to have to.
What's that board called again?
Community Policy, CPMT, Community
Policy
Management Team, yeah. And each of you have an appointment on that team.
Well, actually, they appoint as a board.
Okay.
And it's based on, it's based on the employer of the people. So like if we appoint somebody from the school, we appoint somebody from Pine office on if we appoint. So the Catholic charities, things of that nature. So they don't appoint them by the same way your board is appointed, or most boards are. They're appointed by position.
Okay.
Like I'm on it, and Karen is my alternate. So
well, there's a core.
While they've been going through a lot of these issues, Karen has been doing most of the meetings.
There's a core team that has to be on there. Someone from the school system, someone from the DSS, someone from the health department, someone from DJJ, and the county administrator has to be on there. The private providers, I don't know how they ended up on there, but that we may end up needing to go back to the core team and start fresh, maybe. Because if you're a private provider and you provide services, then naturally you're going to advocate for your service. So maybe that's a part of the way we increase from where we are. And I have my assistant director sit in on those, and I do need to start doing that myself.
We've been discussing this for the last
6
6 months on how we can get this under control, because last year was the first year we had to come up with
an extra million,
extra money to cover services, and we were realizing that there were some issues with some of the services being provided. And it's a 2-part process. They have what they call a FAP team, which goes in and they interview parents, and they talk to the children, and then they talk to the social worker, and they come up with a program, and then they send that to the community management policy team, and they have to approve the funding. So we've got to start with the FAP team, get it under control on what they recommend, because, and then then the community management policy team has to question things better than maybe what we have in the past. Does it really need to happen? Maybe send it back to FAP. But both groups meet once a month. So it's hard for the community management policy team to not do what the experts tell us need done.
Right, it's hard to say no.
It's hard to say no. If they say this person needs parent aid, who am I to say we're not gonna provide a parent aid when I've never even met the child or the parent or anything else? It's a complicated process to get under control.
And it is a mandated program, so if that team says, we need $3,743,000 this year, county has no choice but to give the money for that. But we budgeted for 2.6 million last year, and the expenditures come in at 3.7 million. So it's 1.1 million more than we budgeted for. And that's a lot of money.
And not all that's county money.
30 cents on every dollar is
30%.
county money, 70 cents comes from the state.
And you have to deal with the sorry element every other household you go into.
Well, I can tell you, reading the reports,
But we
if you want to get depressed, go sit in on a meeting and read what they say about what these children are going through.
That's the problem. That's the reason the state was trying to increase their salaries. You know, I get someone straight out of college, at UVA wise, they think they're going to come and make a difference in everybody's lives. You're going into homes where there's fentanyl, Suboxone, you come out with bed bugs, you come out with lice, and needles in the floor, you can't sit on the couch. I mean, it's a tough job. My employees really, I'm fortunate to keep what I have, but when you graduate college, you're not prepared for this work. It's tough. It takes a special person to do this work.
But again, we're going to continue. Karen, and particularly Karen and Susan, have been working hard on trying to get the CSA portion of it under control. Again, it's a process that doesn't have no time.
And even if we could get back down to the 2.6 million, that would help your budget.
Oh, yeah.
That would help your budget, and that was plenty of services, but now we do have kids with some extreme behaviors. Not to offend anyone, but we have 3 children right now who are having sex with animals. I can't find a local home to take that child in their home. So we're having to send them to, I'm not trying to offend anyone, but that's just what we're dealing with. Kids can't sit in the classroom. I understand why the school system are sending them to Minnick, because they probably have to have extra staff to handle the behaviors of these kids.
If they're getting from bad homes, the teachers I taught would sit out, they said, I'd better be glad I retired, because they said, what we're getting now is bad. It's hard to teach what they're getting. They're not staying, new teachers stay in there 1 or 2 years, 3, and they quit now. They can't keep teachers.
Going to nursing or something.
Yeah.
Well, then too, you guys have to put up with it.
Yeah.
And
On
deal
school
with
bus?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Lord have mercy.
Oh, yes, because if we send a kid to Minnick, they still have to provide
Yeah, I
transportation.
had a 3-year-old gave me a finger and cussed me out. Because I had to buckle them up, they're required to be buckled up. Didn't want to get buckled up.
And Gillum Court Apartments is wide open for drug business all night, every night.
I will tell you now, we have started doing hair follicle testing on the kids that we bring into foster care. We just have started that, because if you take meth, that comes out of your system in 2 days. But if we test the children for what they've been exposed to, that shows for 3 months. And it's unreal.
Susan, when expenditures go over this much, over $1 million, do we know every month that it's increasing, or do we not know to the end of the cycle that we're going to be $1 million?
It's very complicated, because they will approve a plan for 3 months or 6 months at a time. Well, a parent aid is $1,200 a month. So they'll come in and they'll ask for a parent aid for 6 months. And so you look, and all these expenditures are in there, but they're really not in there, because the kid could go home during that time, so we refund it. So it's really hard. I hate the system. I've complained about the system the whole time. It's hard to track it.
I complained the first meeting I was there, and I complained every other meeting.
Yes, you have. We've complained about that a lot.
Because it is not an easy system. They have encumbrances that have gone away that, or that, I mean, it is very difficult to know what's gonna happen when.
I mean, I can take an
That would
average.
help us if we knew it, you know.
I can take an average and I can project it. But, you know, you could have one child come in that has to go to one of these facilities and you're looking at $20,000 a month. Right now, we're down to, that's another thing I focused on, get them back in their community. And right now we have 2 that's in facilities and hopefully we'll get those out. That is one thing that occurred over the last 3 years. We were very successful at finding therapeutic homes to keep these kids, but then the behaviors just became so terrible that we couldn't even get a therapeutic home to keep them. So we, at one point, I think we had 8 kids that we traveled. And we don't like to do that either because that's overnight travel for 2 workers to go see their kids and then they're out like 2 days. So that's an expense as well, but what do you do?
And sometimes you gotta pay for the parents to go up and visit them.
We're having to pay people to take kids to their father's funeral because their parent wouldn't. That's the latest.
It's a messed up, never ending thing.
Mm-mm. No, and I do think that a part of their behaviors is what they're exposed to. And if we can get them in a place and get that out of their system, I think their behavior will improve. That's why we start the therapy system. We're gonna experiment with that a little bit and see if, because if they get away from, you know, if you're smoking meth in a home and it's getting in your child's system, of course their behavior is going to be different. So I do think that's part of it. I do. But then the state is telling me we don't want kids in foster care. We want you to find a relative, someone to keep these kids. So we really try hard to do that. We had a case yesterday from age 3 to 17, 4 kids in the home. They had no relatives that they could name, no school teachers, no Sunday school teachers that was willing to take 4 kids. Well, also, we all live on what we make. So if I put 4 extra mouths in your home today, we need to make a payment to help you sustain that. So people will try it, but then they can't keep it going. So they end up coming back in care. It's a cycle.
Thanks for everything you do, Susan.
Well, you're welcome. And I promise you, I will tighten the belt all I can, but I don't have a lot of fluff to cut. And anything that I have left at the end of the year, I do give back.
You always do.
I do. I've given back money every year that I've been here.
We appreciate that, Susan.
I don't know, I hope to continue because, you know, the state, the federal, the big beautiful bill is now putting the administrative expense back to the counties for operating the food stamps program. And I saw a number that Wise County's, of course, we're largest because we're the largest agency, was like $162,000. But there's some that the county will have to pay, but I will find that out of my budget somewhere. I don't know where. I might have to eliminate positions or something. Because really, that's the only way I can save money is.
Just think and multiply 105 states in the state of Virginia times yours, the state's share and the Wise County share. There's enough expense to bankrupt the state if it truly was acted upon.
Mm-hmm. It will.
Lord help you.
Growing up, it was the old belt on the butt took care of a lot of things.
Parents need that.
Anybody else have any comments or questions for Susan?
Thank you. Susan, you got a hard job.
I do have a hard job, but I love it. And I'm very blessed and happy.
And Susan is very good to work with. Karen and she talk multiple times a day.
Daily.
And when she knows we
June.
Okay.
Cut and stuff, anything you can cut, or anything you can postpone, purchase on June, that is.
Okay.
So if you just look through your budget, go through it, talk to us a little bit about what you can do, and give us just give us a summary of where you think you are.
Okay, sure. Well, appreciate you taking the time to hear from all the departments, and I've never had the opportunity to speak to the board about my budget, so I appreciate you taking the time. I know it's been a long day. I do have a few things that I'd like to talk about before I talk about cuts and cost savings. Just want to kind of let you know what we do in our departments. I have two different departments, the EOC department and the GIS department. I do serve two roles, two different positions that I am responsible for. I'm the GIS coordinator as well as the emergency management coordinator for the county. So when I talk about these budgets, I'm pretty much talking about them at the same time, because the GIS office or the emergency management office bleeds over into the GIS department. And what we do kind of is mingled together just because both the departments are in the same, under me and in the same location. But the GIS is 911 mapping and addressing. We maintain the 911 mapping for central dispatch so that when a call comes into 911, that the 911 dispatcher will be able to locate the 911 caller and be able to direct those responders accurately. We do a lot of interdepartmental coordination within our departments. The assessor's office, we work really closely with them. We help with their software that they use for some of the assessment that they do. The administrative duties related to the software and the photography that they use for the changes for the assessments, we do that as well. The clerk's office with parcel split mapping, we work with the clerk's office as well. The IDA, the county administration office, we work with economic development on mapping and some different projects that they are responsible for as well. Public Works, we do maps for Public Works for the gravel roads and things of that nature. And then, of course, the public, we assist the public with address verification. We have calls daily from realtors, creditors, banks, insurance companies, the general public for address verification. So that's kind of a small synopsis is what the GIS department does. But then as far as EOC goes, as you all know, in the past year, we have had 2 federally declared disasters in Wise County. And to put that into perspective, the last time we had a federally declared disaster was in 2009 for winter storm. So to say that our workload in the last year has doubled is probably an understatement. The last year has been very challenging in our office and our department with that, just because of the response and the recovery. Recovery lasts for 24 months after a disaster. So we're still in a recovery mode in the EOC. There's been a lot of opportunities for grants and for funding over the past year, and it seems like that's all I've done is try to identify those opportunities and then apply for those opportunities. And then obviously once you are successful with those grants, that's when the work starts, because you have to administer those grants and do those programs and do those projects. So it's been kind of a trying year for us in our departments, but we have been successful with FEMA reimbursement, about $1 million that we've received in the past year. We have another $1 million that will be coming in the next few months from FEMA reimbursement, and
those reimbursements will offset costs that we've been able to submit to FEMA that we had because of the disaster. So this is reimbursing money that we've already spent. So
yes,
it's a definite benefit to the county that we've been able to do this.
And so there's $1 million that's been received, and then there's another $1 million that's being, and it's expected, and then that's for money that was already budgeted, and already spent. That's reimbursement funding, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, as well as that, FEMA funding with the financial opportunities that have been become available due to the disaster. We've also been successful in being awarded close to another $1 million in funding for projects. And one of those projects is a resilience plan that's through UVA. I've been working with UVA over the past few years on some flood mitigation, on planning projects. And Virginia Tech actually had reached out to us to look at some debris flows study. So we have submitted a proposal for that. That one's not been awarded yet. We literally just submitted that one maybe a few weeks ago, or maybe a week ago. It was Thanksgiving, whenever Thanksgiving was, last week or week before, whenever. But we have been successful in obtaining $1 million, almost $1 million in grant funding, as I said. That was for the flood resilience plan. And we've gotten some equipment with that as well, some GPS units for our field work that we do with the building and zoning with new addresses. So we've been fairly busy the past year or so working on those things. We've also been successful with some citizen recovery as well, working with United Way and DHCD and Lenowisco with some of those projects. So we've been fortunate to be able to see some of those projects happen, and it's been good for the citizens. But to talk about what you guys are looking at today, the budget and cuts and saving some money and trying to do some cost savings. As I said, we've got some grant funding that's in the budget now, and the 1230 budget that's there, if you'll scroll up a little bit before that's green, or down, there's some funding in there that we have that's not been spent, and we can, that is reimbursements. So we can put off, we actually had funding to purchase a new plotter, and we can put off purchasing that plotter for a couple of months just for the cash flow situation. We can put that off. We do need to go ahead and order GPS units though now, because the one we have is not operational, so we will go ahead and do that, but we can put off some of our purchases that we're looking at. Even though it's grant funding, it's still, it's a reimbursement, so we can look at putting some of those off for the next couple of months.
How many GPS units do we have?
We currently have 2, but the units that we have, there's been an issue with the collection and with the way that the correction is done, and so it's not functional right now. So, but we are looking at a different unit, and we're working through procurement on purchasing those units. Still working through procurement. We don't have that ready to go right now. So, but as soon as we get that, hopefully we can get that in the next month, and we can get those ordered.
Do you like to have more than 2? Or is 2 sufficient?
2 sufficient. 2 is sufficient, yes, for what we need. But we will be able to put off some of those purchases that we have. We can't put them off forever because the grant guidelines are that those purchases have to be done by the end of June. And then, of course, we have to do reimbursement and proof of payment. So we need to put those, we can put them off a little bit, but we really don't need to wait till June to purchase those. We need to purchase those, March, April, May, and not put those off all the way to the end of June for proof of payment and for reimbursement purposes. But we can look at doing that on some of those, waiting on a few of those items, because some of those items are, $10,000-$12,000 items, and we can wait on a couple of those. So we can do that. But looking at our budgets that we have now, we are, 6 months to go in this fiscal year, and I'm running into problems with trying to find funding to pay for what I need now. I need to buy some poles for road signs, and My road sign budget, of course, we've been level funded for, however many years. And a road sign line item has been cut almost 50% or maybe more. And I've kind of run out of funding in that line item for poles. So I'm kind of trying to figure out now how I'm gonna get through the next 6 months. Last year, at the end of the fiscal year, was the first year in really years that I didn't know if I was going to get through the end of June with some of the bills that I had. I was literally looking at, trying to maybe even hold some bills because I didn't have the funding that I needed. So looking at cuts in my budget, I mean, I've identified, travel, there's $500 in there, we can cut that out. I've looked at, the EOC budget, 3505 budget, there's hardly anything in there, which we did spend some funding out of the 3505 budget last year because of Helene, because of response. All that funding though was replenished with the FEMA reimbursements. But with the FEMA reimbursement, we are allowed a 5% management cost, and we haven't gotten that reimbursement yet, but that money will be money that was not in the budget that we will recoup. It's it's I think there's $36,000 to Helene, and then I'm not sure exactly what the funding is for the February flooding, but it's not a huge amount, but that is the amount that we will be receiving. That was not budgeted, and that's not that will be able to utilize. So as far as cuts, we can look at what we can look at, but professional services and others there in 1230 budget, those are service contracts or software contracts that we've already signed. There may be $1,000 in there that we can look at, but other than that, there's really, outside of personnel, there's really nothing that I can look at. We do have an employee retiring, and we've got a temporary solution on that. I would be willing to look at, waiting to a next fiscal year to rehire that, but we do have a temporary solution in place for that employee. I realize it's a difficult time, and would like to do what we can to assist.
When's that employee potentially retire?
The end of December. December 31st.
So potentially save 6 months salary.
Yes.
And that's one we've been talking about, and Maria.
And how much, what's the salary? Is the salary 40,000?
43.
So we might save 20,000.
Well, you
buy some poles with that.
I don't need that many poles. They're not that expensive.
It's probably,
There's only about $100.
it's probably with the fringes and everything, it's probably gonna be closer to 30,000 that we'll save by doing that. I'd have to look to get the exact amount, but that would be my swag. Yes, on it.
Every bit adds up.
Sure.
6 months.
And that will help definitely with the cash flow part
Yes.
that we're looking for. And again,
I could wait till 6 months.
Ready to put on board if I want.
But, with all the things that we do, it'd be difficult to not have that position. I think that's all I've got.
Board members, anybody have any other comments, questions for Jessica?
Jessica, you always stay pretty busy. I've known you for a long time.
Mhm.
Thank you, Jessica. You're a good worker.
She has stepped up this, she always does a good job, but she stepped above and beyond this last year since
Well, she has, from day one. I've been close to her more than I used to for a lot of years. She never knows when to quit.
Unfortunately, that's true, Bob. Yeah. Midnight in the EOC, you've been there, so. Thank you all.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The cash flow between now and the end of the year, the only two ways we're thinking about it is either
Got to throw a quarter down now.
postponing any purchases.
We don't have any purchases unless I bust a tire. So, so yeah, I mean, just summation of what, our education funding, we use it when we have to, when free training isn't available, which fortunate for us, we go to Abingdon every 2 months for continued education through Region 1. So rather than having to go to Richmond or Virginia Beach or somewhere crazy like that. So, I mean, other than when you're going to core class or something like that, the travel and expenses of that, core class is paid for by DHCD, but you still got to get there, and they cover your room, but you still got to provide your meals, you've got to provide transportation and fuel. So, I don't know how we could cut anything like that on our professional services. All of ours is only for our permitting software that we use, iWorks, and it's the most cost-effective one that we had. It's cheaper than MixNet, and it's a lot easier to navigate with than MixNet was. And it's also, I think, GIS department uses our iWorks because that's how they keep up with when they need to put a 911 address on, because we'll put it in iWorks that it's ready for an address. So they can pull that up and go ahead and give it its 911 address. And then I think Greg uses it with litter control. So I can actually follow Greg's, when he's got a complaint, because a lot of times he'll go out on a litter complaint and he'll say, you need to go condemn this house. So it kind of works real good being grouped together with those two. Our postal stuff, I mean, certified mail's $10. I have to send, if I do a trailer in a mobile home park, I have to send every one of those tenants in that mobile home park, plus the owner of that mobile home park, a letter. So if there's 17 in there, it's, $170 on a $200 postal. per year thing, so I don't know how we could either that or quit doing property maintenance. I don't wanna do that. I tore down a bunch this year. 64, I think, houses this year.
How many permits we had this year so far?
457 as of right now, and 98 of them are homes. That's manufactured,
Good.
single wides, double wides, single family, and modulars. So, yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, 457 permits, and on our office supplies, we're budgeted $100 a year for office supplies, and what we do is we buy the ticket holders, those little vinyl sleeves, put the permits in so the weather won't mess them up. Is about it. We make our own placards in-house. We don't buy them in bulk like when Robert was here. We buy a package of 500 stop work orders, condemnation orders. We make them in-house now. We make all of our placards in the office. So that's kind of saves us money there. We have to do a new placard this year that was brought on by the new code change. We have to do an energy efficiency placard. We do those in-house. And they are actually a vinyl placard that you peel the back off of, and you can fix it right to the breaker panel or wherever they want it. I put them on water heaters, which I don't recommend doing that, but some people, that's where they wanted it. They didn't want it on their breaker box. So, the vehicle expense is $200, and I had to put tires on the vehicle this year, and it was $754 for 4 tires. Well, $185 a tire, so it was, our books and subscriptions, the only books we have to buy, because we get our books from the state through the DHCD and BBCOA, we get those, every code change cycle. And we also get a online software that has the building codes on it. So you can, you can take your laptop on the job site. If anybody got a question on a code, you don't have to have that book in your vehicle. You can just pull it up. But we do have to buy the ADA 117 book because it's not, given out by the state, and we have to buy the National Electrical Code books and the
NFPA, National Fire Protection.
Yeah, we have to buy that, and we have to buy the concrete code for the concrete manual, the 318. So other than that, which I haven't bought a new concrete code one in a couple of years because it really hadn't changed. I mean, concrete's concrete. So our travel expenses, like I said, we only have to use those when we have to go get our necessary certifications. And the planning commission speaks for itself, that those funds go to the members on that board. So instead of mailing, which costs so much money to send a package, I mean, you see how big those packages are. They're 10 or 15 pages sometimes. To mail those, costs a lot of money. So I usually, while I'm out doing inspections, I will hand deliver them to the guys. Where Ed and JH live, or J. Fred live so close together. I mean, it's like, and that's about all I can.
Board members, have questions for Jimmy? Yeah.
Do all the fees you collect, do they go specifically into your?
No, they go into the general fund.
Should they go into your?
According to the General Assembly, they're supposed to go to the building department direct. But
So we're not in compliance with that.
Well, yes and no. I mean, the department gets more than what he collects, therefore we can say that money goes into it.
true, but it would offset it. And another thing, with especially with these utility scale solar, they're coming in, you know, we get ready to start the Wildcat project and the county's gonna receive $1,500 per kilo or megawatt of power that they generate. So, you know, that's the smallest of the 5 that they've proposed, and it's only 10 and 3/4, I think, megawatts. So, you know, they're gonna collect $15,000 off of that. And then the biggest one is, I guess, the one over Dominion at Red
It's
Onion,
40.
and it's 46 megawatts. So, you know, what, if those things come into fruition, that's gonna help kind of offset a little bit of that balance too, so.
Is the new fees you proposed, are those high enough? Do they need to be higher?
I was just trying to be fair, Rusty, you know, like I said, we haven't had a fee increase since 1989. And I can remember when that fee increase took place because some of the other contractors were squawking about electrical permits going from $10.50 to $25. But I have so many contractors come in here from out of state or out of county even, and they'll say, you know, how much is your permit for a new generator? And I'll say $25.50. They're like, holy crap, it's $400 where I live. And I'm like, well, welcome to Wise County. So, yeah, I was just trying to, you know.
I will say one thing about that though is when we're marketing the county to developers and we start talking about the building department and our fees and our turnaround times and all those things that are there, it's very positive when we're talking about that. I don't think we need to give everything away.
Well, no.
But by the same token is if we were considerably higher, then, you know, that.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
that-
That's true. I mean, you don't want to overprice yourself to where you make people hesitate to want to even come and apply for a permit. But like the data center out there, you know, when they went in, I went out to the job foreman and he called for a temporary electrical. You know, they were just setting up shop. They weren't really doing a little site work. We were all they were doing. And I took his permit to him with this receipt for it. And he said, "Is this for my temporary electrical?" And I said, "No, this is for the whole project." And he said, it was $5,051, I believe, for the data center. And he said, "I just built one of these up in Chesterfield." He said it was $500,000. So
down here.
That's a big change, you know, from $5,000 to $500,000. So yeah, I can understand. You know, he ain't better than that. I said, well, you can put a couple zeros on that check if you want to.
Spread that word out cheaply, maybe we'll get some interest down here.
Well,
Yeah.
and we do. People, word of mouth travels.
Yes, it does.
So,
Yeah, it does. It's I mean, it's job security for me, but, you know, I just hope that I was shocked for the last 2 years, how many new single family dwellings that we've had built. And, you know, Charles Ibbott's getting ready to start one right here in Wise. They're getting ready to break ground on it anytime. I don't know if the weather's going to affect that, hold it back anymore. I hope it doesn't, but you know, that's a $750,000 home and right down here on Modoc, right down beside the school.
Did the property be changed over?
Huh?
That wasn't where the old janitor's house was, or something?
No, it's right off the corner, right there off Main Street. Right off, kind of,
Oh,
right
right
where you
next to
turn
it.
down to Modoc.
Right next to it.
Yeah.
Where he grew up. with that-
Yes,
that open
yes.
field there. I wonder what they was doing down there.
They're getting ready to start. I did temporary electrical on it last week, so they're getting ready to break ground. They took those trees down along Modoc to
Yeah.
get them out of the way. And I've got, you know, a few houses that I've kind of ran a little long. of getting built, but, the permits were pulled last year and they're still in the process of building, but it's because they had some, health issues and stuff, cancer in the family and this. So. But I'd like to see it keep on hopping that way.
Jimmy's pulled double time on a lot of things with we've had an inspector and then we didn't have an inspector and then we've had an inspector and we didn't have an inspector.
Yeah,
So,
I went through 3 of them. Let's see, Brian.
We're trying to figure out if it's
Me or Bill.
supervision. Yeah. No,
Well,
but Jimmy does a great job.
Brian was here for 9 months. Ned was here for 4 months, and Tim was here for 2.5 months. So
Two of those.
yeah, it did.
Two of
Well,
those.
you try to show them exactly what's going on, and some of them it just doesn't fit the mood.
Two of those left for monetary reasons, and one of them left because we asked him to leave. So,
Yes, yeah. Well, he stepped on his own
yes.
tongue, so. Yeah, he needed to go.
I feel sorry for him.
No, I would. I have no pity at all for that.
No, not what he left for.
No. No.
Nobody else has anything.
Thank you.
Give me a thing.
Thank you.
I thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Our main goal is just to spend as little as we can between now and June, so. And I know there's not a whole lot in here other than salaries, so.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna pay you again until July. No.
It could be early, late June.
Might need to take that up with the wife.
Oh, no, don't.
She's not want her up here.
Here because we're got a financial situation we need to address. Cash flow is a primary concern right now. Between now and June, we need to look at postponing anything that we postpone to pay for it near the end of June, or any cuts if we can find between now and June. So with that, whatever y'all have to prepare for us.
Well, we appreciate the chance to be here and talk with you all about this. We know you all got a heavy lift ahead of you, and
and we're glad to help in any way we can with this, Mr. Chairman. So we, of course, Natalie and I are gonna talk about two different department budgets, that 8100 budget, which is our economic development office, and then the 8102, which is the marketing community development. They're both pretty small, but we think there's some ways that we can have some positive impact. So I'm going to kind of start and talk specifically about the 8100 department. Natalie's going to chime in as she sees fit, and then she'll talk about the 8102 budget, and I'll back her up on that one. So kind of going down the list of the different line items in that 8100 budget, the first one that you come to, that professional services line, I know that's one that has came up about a conversation. Our $6,000 budget for that is for a software subscription that we have. It's for a software program called EDOIQ. Essentially what that is it's an economic development specific software that allows us to go in and put in project parameters. So it allows us to go in and put in capital investment, put in job creation, and gives us an opportunity to forecast out what tax benefits will be to the county.
We can customize, we can enter our tax rates.
Yeah,
personal property, real property.
It's customized with our tax rates. It's customized with our enterprise zone incentives. So it's a real good tool for us to be able to go in and generate some projections on what we can expect from certain projects.
You can also use it to track when you talk to your clients,
CRMs,
all that kind of stuff. So
we've had that system for a couple of years now. We have gotten some use out of that system in some conversations we've had. If unfortunately for the FY26 budget year, we've already paid for that subscription. But if there was a need for us to look at trimming a little bit on that department's budget, that would probably be the place we would start. That's about a $5,500 investment that we make in that software. So that's one area that we feel like moving forward that we would be able to offer some savings there within that department. When you really look down those numbers and you back out the grant expenses, which are money in, money out. We also have a contribution that's made out of that department to the Lonesome Pine RIFA every year, and then a contribution that's made to the Regional Agricultural Center over on the Dickinson County, Wise County line. That gets us down to about $33,000. So that's pretty slim in relative terms to some other departments, especially, in our mind, we like to consider ourselves more of a revenue generating department rather than an expense generating department. And we try to do the best we can with that $33,000 every year and stretch it as far as we can. Then the other few lines that we have, the advertising line, we've really kind of shifted away from doing traditional advertising just because it's so expensive, and really your return on that investment is hard to track and it's hard to manage that. So we've really backed off of doing traditional advertising. With $2,500, you can't even do an eighth of a page advertisement in a magazine or anything like that. So that makes it pretty tough. So we've started using that line to kind of focus more on some of the kind of giveaway type items that we like to keep on hand for when we have prospect visits and things of that nature. So that's really the way we try to use that advertising money. We typically don't spend all of that. We try to be as frugal as we can with that line item and just keep the things on hand that we need. We're really big on branding, and I think you all seen that with us in our department. I even have one on today. So having some, I'll call that advertising because that's really what it is, but having some swag to put in folks' hands that come to visit or when we go to them makes a big difference.
And they really do appreciate that. I mean, I know it sounds like a little thing, but we've gone and visited with our prospects. We've gone and met with them, and they're wearing our logo, in Fairfax, Virginia, and telling other people about Wise County. And so I really do think that's a worthwhile investment.
Yeah, I agree. So then just kind of moving on down the line, office supplies, really is what it is. It's $250. We very rarely ever spend that unless there's something kind of specialized we need for a project. If we need poster board or something like that, we may pick those things up. Yeah. Other operating supplies, that's just a little bit of a contingency fund there. That is one area that the expense for the printer that's in my office comes out of that line, is really the only thing that comes out. So it's a little bit of an incidental type account. I'm going to skip over that travel line because that's the biggest one in our department, and I think that's going to need the most attention in out of the lines that we have. Dues and association memberships, that's where we pay our memberships to both the state and the regional economic development organization. We feel like we've gotten a lot of benefit out of both of those, and feel like that's definitely worthwhile. Then the last ones that I already mentioned, the RIFA contribution and the agricultural center contribution, kind of speak for themselves. But I'll spend just a couple minutes on that travel line, because naturally that's the largest. That's $21,900 out of that $33,000 that I mentioned. So that's by far the largest line. We typically don't spend all of that on travel, but we do use that when we have prospect visits, or when we go to conferences or trade shows or things of that nature. That's where that money comes from. We typically don't spend all that. Some other things that we do out of that line, I mentioned conference registrations. When we have prospects come visit us, we'll utilize that fund if they need lodging, or if we take them out to a meal or something like that. That comes out of that travel line. Also, when we do educational type programs, seminars and things, that registration fee for those comes out of that. And then last year, we made the decision, Natalie and I did jointly, to use that line item to provide some funding for our new economic development website. We saw that was just a tremendous need that we had to have that dedicated economic development website. So we decided to kind of back off on some of the travel things and utilize some of that money for the website. I think that was a good decision on our part.
And specifically, we used $8,200 of that budget this past year to go toward the expense of our new economic development website.
Yeah. We do have some other opportunities that really help us a lot with travel, which, anybody that's done any traveling really knows $21,000 is not going to get you very far, especially if you have to buy plane tickets and hotel rooms for 3 or 4 nights. That's going to get chewed up by just 2 or 3 travel events. But we're fortunate that we do have a marketing stipend that we receive from VCTA every year that gives us an additional $10,000 that we can use for anything, conferences, trade shows, marketing materials, printing, those kind of things. We have that available to us. And then, of course, the IDA always contributes, as we can, on prospect visits and different things that we try to do. We try to have a good partnership there. So that's a pretty small amount. We try to stretch that as far as we can and get the most bang for our buck out of that department. But I'll be happy to answer any questions you all have. But again, as far as looking forward, I think we would give some considerations to that software. I think we all agree that if we needed to sacrifice something, that's where we could sacrifice. And then looking at the next 6 months, which I know is a big deal for everyone, Mr. Chairman, is we have only spent to date, gosh, I'd have to look, maybe $3,000 to $4,000 out of our travel budget. So we still have probably $18,000 or so. Spring is the highest kind of travel season, but those are things that we could, given the situation, that we would certainly be willing to look at backing off of those, with the understanding that you all, we understand, I know you all do as well. If we're not out there selling it, our expectations have to be in line with that. But that's certainly, we understand that. We're fortunate that we have a pretty good portfolio of active projects that you all are aware of, and we feel real strongly about those. But we can't stop being salespeople, because that's really what we're doing.
That's the aggression. Yeah, that.
And we can't do that. I hate to say it this way, Mr. Chairman, but we can't do that from our offices. I wish we could. That's been tried for a long time, and I think we've seen in the last few years, a lot of folks don't know where Wise County, Virginia is. And certainly even more folks are not gonna come here and bring things to our doorstep. We've gotta go to them.
You say, you gotta go to their door.
I think we've done a good job of that in the last
Yes.
few years of getting in front of the right people. So I'll pause right there and see if y'all have any questions on that one, and then I'll pass it on to Natalie to talk about the next one.
No, I think you're up.
All right, sir. So we were looking at the marketing and community development budget. I'm not sure which page that is on for you all. It's a pretty small department. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines in that department. We'll start with professional services. So we're looking at this year, we have a budget of $9,000 in that professional services line. We have spent, in the last couple of months, we've already committed those funds. Those are 2 bigger ticket items that we have been paying the last several years. The first one being a vendor called Visit Widget, which is the web developer that we contracted with a couple of years ago to design a new Visit Wise County tourism website for us. So their annual fee is about $5,400.
And then that's also the mobile app as well.
Mobile app.
Y'all remember, we have the mobile trip planning app. That's included in that as well.
Somebody gets on that, they can say what they want to see in Wise County, and it will help them
Build an
to
itinerary.
plan their time.
And I do have metrics every week. They send us metrics on the traffic we get on that website, and it's actually a lot higher than I ever anticipated. And we get a lot of leads from that website. People will call us and ask for tourism information because of things they've seen on that website. And so I think that was a really great investment for us. So we have gone ahead and paid that invoice for this year. The second is a vendor by the name of Print Distribution Services. You all may be familiar with, you see the rat card displays around. If you visit a convenience store, I think we even have one
There's
downstairs here
actually
in the
one
courthouse.
in the lobby of the courthouse.
So this is the service that actually goes out and places those our Wise County branded rat cards around. We've selected the last few years certain service routes that we think would be of most interest to travelers coming to Wise County. So we were in Tennessee, West Virginia, Kentucky, and up into we're in Virginia.
And then up through the Shenandoah
Valley a bit. So we do try to pick a lower service package just to keep that expense low, but that does help us get push our name out there, and it does drive more visitation to our county website that links back to our website with our URL and a QR code. So I do think those are good investments for us. But if that's an area that if we needed to look at some cuts, then really that would probably be one of the only areas that we could really consider. I'll move on down to advertising. I have made a decision in the last year to stop working with one of our advertising partners just because the fee did go up. And it was very hard, as Brian was saying, as in traditional advertising, when you're buying ad space, the print space, it's very hard to track metrics, what type of return on investment you're getting for those. So that was a ad space with Randy Freeman Maps, which is if you all are familiar with our areas becoming more and more popular with motorcyclists. And so we had a joint agreement with the city of Norton to do a full page ad in that map. But because the price did go up, we had been paying $2,500 a year for that. I decided that we would take a break from that this year. So we do have some savings this year and the amount of $2,500 from that. We do work with an organization called Civil War Trails. You may be familiar with the sign out in front of the courthouse. It's a sign about Gladeville. There's a couple of those around the county. Any Civil War historical significance, there's some signs around the county. And so they maintain their signs, and they also do statewide marketing for us. They have maps and information on their website about Wise County. That's a $400 expense a year. The largest expense out of advertising is a $5,000 contribution we make every year to the Heart of Appalachia as being a member of the Heart of Appalachia Tourism Authority. Other operating supplies, which looks like a pretty small amount, but that's actually just our monthly electric bill that we have for keeping a light, so essentially one light bulb at each of our county tourism kiosks, which is where those little gazebos around the county. I might go ahead and say, let's cut that one. I don't feel like that's really necessary. I'm not sure who's stopping at the Overlook at night. So we could probably cut that one pretty easily. And that's when we inherited. So it took me a while to figure out what that expense was for. Yeah, we had to do a little research on that one. Travel line, we do typically try to have a presence at both Brian and I, or one or the other, depending on our availability. Try to attend. There's a couple of tourism related and outdoor recreation related conferences. So the Governor's Tourism Summit, which is hosted by Virginia Tourism Corporation every year. We try to have a presence at that. And then the Outdoor Economy Conference, which is an outdoor recreation, economic development focused conference that's held typically in somewhere within the Appalachia region. We do try to go to that.
Those are typically ones that we don't have, that we can drive to. So that's the reason why you see just that $3,000 number there.
It's really just for registration.
Just registration and fuels, really.
And if there's a hotel expense as well. This year, we did opt to not attend those because we did want to, saw an opportunity to finally commit to a dedicated economic development website, and we have repurposed funds in this travel line actually to go back to our economic development website. But we would like to keep, we would like to have a presence at these conferences going forward if that's possible. Grant expenses line, this year we do not have any, we have not received any grant awards for tourism. The main reason for that is most tourism related grants come with a matching requirement, 1-to-1 match typically. There's not many out there that don't have some type of match requirement, and we just really don't have the funds available to do that. So we've not received any tourism grant funds this year. Last year, we did receive $50,000 from Virginia Tourism Corporation, but the county was essentially the fiscal agent, pass-through entity. Those funds went to expenses to cover, help offset Blue Highway Festival. So that's essentially marketing and community development budget.
Comments, questions for Natalie?
Thanks so much. Thank you all. Good thing to do.
Part of Appalachia, that's a good investment.
I agree.
We really lean on them more for promotional type things than we do in-house. So, yeah.
Does IDA provide you all some of what we do to multiply it, or is it all coming from here, or how does that work?
So we really kind of treat that on a case-by-case basis. I would say, and I could run you some information, of course, as you all know, we kind of have two different roles, all working toward the same goals, the way I look at it. But IDA probably spends more than what's listed in our budget on when it comes to travel and prospect development, and we do a lot. Of course, the IDA funds are more specifically designated for sites and buildings and infrastructure and things like that we own and operate and manage. But we do always try to use, and that's why I mentioned, especially with the travel side of things, we kind of approach it as we kind of have three sources of funding to help us on the travel side of things: the county funds, the VCTA funds, and then the IDA kind of comes in to clean up what we can. So yeah, there's a lot of money, and we do have the support of our IDA board on those things. They recognize that it's separate, but it's all for the same common good. We're all working on the same things, and we're all in this together. So yeah, there is a lot of contribution that the IDA puts in.
Any of our larger initiatives, typically the IDA
Yeah.
will go in almost half less,
Yeah.
if not more.
They did, the website, the IDA did half of the cost for the website, so that's a good example. So we're always willing to look at ways to share expenses between the two organizations. That's a good question, Rusty. I appreciate you asking.
Will you be having any more of the Wise County brochures?
Well,
The visitor guide,
the visitor guides,
Yeah.
we would like to. We talked about that. That's one of those things that I know those were very well done, by the way. Natalie did a phenomenal job. If you've not seen one of those, I encourage you to pick one up and take a look at it, if we have any left.
We have about half a box left.
Those were extremely popular, but they were expensive. And we did that with
They're quite
PTC
expensive
money,
to
right?
print. We received grant funds that helped us cover entirely the design and printing of those. So we are essentially tapped out on the fund unless we.
So that would
find
be
some
one of
other
those things to where we would sit down across from each other and say, okay, look, what can we give up in order to get something that's a priority for us, like the visitor guides? And if it's a conference or, those are the sacrifices that we always look to make to shuffle things around to do what we need to do.
How expensive was expensive?
Oh, gosh, I don't remember. They were,
I want to say, printing is a very expensive service, especially when you're looking at binding the colors at quite a bit of expense.
This was a book.
I would say $10,000 for a minimum order.
Yeah.
So
that's I was thinking 8 to 10.
And we had ordered quite a few initially because we wanted to stretch that grant funds as far as we could. We ordered as many as the grant funds would allow us. I thought we would have some to set back and keep for a rainy day. We have flown through those visitor guides, and I think Big Stone Gap probably has a lot to do with that.
And we mail a lot of those too.
We
We
do.
get a lot of requests that come through the website for people that want us to mail those things.
I've actually had to, in the last month, I've had to turn off the request to receive one of those in the mail because I don't have enough of them to mail anymore.
We need to buy them and keep them in somebody's office.
Yeah.
This is no good.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
They're really good.
Very well done.
If any of you all haven't seen it, I think we gave everybody a copy one of them, but they were definitely.
And they are available. We did do a digital version of it. I know it's not the same thing as holding one in your hand, but you can view the entirety of the visitor guide online. We have it like a flip book, a digital version on the Visit Wise County website. So I do refer people to that quite often.
But I agree completely, John. That's something that we're going to have to look at how we can figure out a way to get more of those on hand because they're valuable.
When we look at tourism, that's a real good overview of Wise County. And one of the things that you see, people coming and visiting want to know about trails.
Mm-hmm.
That's got a whole section on trails.
Just very well done.
It is.
Brian?
Thank y'all so much.
With the sale of the inn, will there be any money that can be used as an incentive to encourage business or industry in Wise County?
There will be, and that's a good question, Mr. Chairman. And I'll speak to that for just a couple minutes if that's okay. And I know you all have probably heard it too, but there's a big misconception out there in the public that the county has somehow been funding the inn, and you all know that's just not the case. That's just there. I've had that conversation. There's no taxpayer funding that is going to support anything that happens at the inn. So that's just a big misconception. So our plan, we are still working toward a closing on the inn. So we have not officially closed on it yet, but we're going through all those processes. You all know, could be a couple of months to get us to that point, but we're completely confident in Mr. Patel that we know he's going to own it. Our agreements are all very favorable to us. Our plan, once the sale closes, is we do have some debt with VCTA that we'll have to make true before we can close. But so we will have pretty significant amount of funding that's going to be available to the IDA. I've already challenged the IDA board to help me come up with some ways that we can reinvest those funds back into our community. So we're going to be looking at things like possible housing development with some of those funds. We're talking through the idea of some more property acquisitions because, as you all know, things continue to develop at the park. We're going to be out of assets, and that's not a place where we want. It's a good problem to have, but we don't want that problem. And then we will look to use those just like we do our normal operating funds to do incentives, to make loans on equipment for small businesses and those types of things. So we're by no means going to sit on those funds, and we've already started having those conversations about how we can take that money and reinvest it back into Wise County. And so
Brian,
that's
is
our
money borrowed from DC out of our fund?
That's
So
out
that
of
money
our.
will
So
be available.
we'll have to pay that money back to VCTA just to get the lien released on the property or the security interest. But that money will just go back into our Wise County VCTA account that's available for us to use for different projects.
Which is at about
incentives.
$5.8 million.
Close to
right
$6
now.
million that we have in our VCTA account currently. So we're in a pretty good position to be able to do things, to support projects. And that's the reason I really think what I would like to do, and one of my goals is to take a good hard look at possibly building a shell building. I don't mean a 100,000 square foot shell building that's going to sit empty for 15 years. We don't need to do that. But we're kind of building poor right now, and we really need a nice industrial building space that we can market to give to kind of shorten the time frame. Just like with Wrap Technologies. Wrap Technologies is a prime example. They needed a 30,000 square foot building. If we've got the funding and the availability and the right site, I think it would be in our best interest to strongly consider building a building to give us another asset to help in recruiting efforts. And so, absolutely, we're going to look at really, and we don't want to put all of that money into one project. So, a couple of the things we mentioned that I mentioned are some things we've talked about.
One other thing that a shell building does for you is it will get somebody here, and they may say, well, that's not really right for us, but we really like what we see here.
Yeah.
What else can we do? Can we build a building? Can we do this? So that it's twofold. It gives us an asset to market, but it also gives us an asset to get people to, it's not really bait and switch because we're bringing them here because we think, but once they get here, then they look at that and, well, but they like everything else they're seeing, so they start talking about, well, can you build us a building?
And the challenge of that, as you all know right now, is construction costs. 30 years ago, I know you all remember shell buildings where everybody was doing those, but you could build them for $100 a square foot. Now you can't touch that. It's 3 or 4 times that now to build something like that. So those are just some of the things that we're thinking about. Hope that answers your question.
Sometimes the shell building out there may not be answered because I guess what impressed me with the Wrap building was how quick that they were able to build.
That's
that.
right.
They were impressed with that, and then it was what they wanted, where they wanted.
That's right.
That's right.
And that's to my
That's kind of
experience.
what Mike saying. Something like that's the direction I believe.
And that's really what we were able to do by offering them the Windswept Industrial Center building. We knew when Wrap came here, we showed them that building, and we knew it just wasn't quite right for them, but it was the way that we could get them here temporarily while the other one was being built. So you're right. If we did something like that, we would have to keep it as I don't want to say as bland, may not be the right word, but you really want generic. Yeah, there's the right term. We want it to be generic to where we can do some build out and, but have something available for folks. So we just have to weigh the cost of it.
Before we move on from the end, I might add a comment about returning that property to our tax rolls in a few years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And you'll see, we're expecting, about $1.5 million worth of upfit in that building. So we'll see some return from a tax perspective on that for sure. Once it gets reassessed, and I know that's all part of the conversation you all were having earlier today. So yeah, that's exactly right.
Are there protections with this sale in case something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So essentially what we have now is we are still in a lease, in a lease agreement with a purchase option associated with the lease agreement is how we're working it. So, so yes, that was something that our attorney and your attorney was adamant that we needed to have ourselves protected on those agreements. So we feel, we feel pretty strongly that we have the right person. And I know a lot of you were there a couple weeks ago. We met Mr. Patel, and he's impressive. He really is. His knowledge of that industry is exactly what we needed. We didn't have that. The IDA, that was, I said it during my comments, was always the goal of the IDA to get that out of their ownership and into the right person. And I think we've done that.
Any other comments for Natalie or Brian?
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
I will remind you all that they are a tremendous asset to this county. What they've done, the prospects that we have had over the last 5-6 years are 100 times what we've had in the past, and people are excited when they come to Wise County. They like the fact they're getting the attention that they get, and I'll give credit where credit's due. Is these two right here are just top notch on the marketing side of economic development.
Thank you.
I'm the numbers guy. And things like that, and I come up with some idea, but these guys are marketing people, and they can market Wise County better than you can imagine, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Those are things that are like intricate fiber optic cable installs that we cannot do in-house, or specialty installs that require equipment we don't have access to. We can hold probably $3,200 there. Travel expense, we can likely hold $1,400 of that. I don't have any conferences scheduled to go to. Wasn't able to go to 2 conferences in the fall due to workload, but so that's $6,600 we can cut in IT off of those. So prior to the budget approval for this fiscal year, we cut capital outlay purchases of computer servers by $10,200, and we moved $20,000 of that to IT equipment and software for this year. So that's what happened with that. And we cut office supplies completely out, and for those expenses, we just use IT equipment and software. And so I'll speak on, well, I've got one more here. With the salaries and wages part-time, that was in my department's budget for our former employee, Martin Gillum, in case he is needed, called upon for his expertise on financial software. We have not had to use any of that monies this year. We didn't have to use that much last year, so that $10,000, $300 will likely go back and not get used. So we're able to do that. So maintenance services and contracts, 25% of my overall IT budget is spent on Keystone Financial Software. That's for my whole budget. That's salaries and everything. And that's usually comes out of that budget the first beginning of the fiscal year. So that's a big, big expense. That's already been taken care of there. My second biggest expense, maintenance service contracts, is our Microsoft licensing. That is 10% of my overall budget. It's 24% of my maintenance services contract budget. That is for our office apps like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all of our Exchange Online email boxes, all of our Microsoft Intune software deployment, which is able to be done remotely and in the cloud now. We also just completed a migration for the Sheriff's Office from Google to Microsoft. So the increase in our Microsoft licensing expenses is because we took on 103 seats from the Sheriff's Office. We're all on the same system now. We're all under the same .gov domain. So we're moving together. We're going to be able to, also the Sheriff's Office will be able to lose probably 15 grand that they were paying Google for their email and stuff like that off of that. So, and that, as soon as we complete the Google Drive migration to Microsoft, we'll be able to cut that out for the Sheriff's Office. So that's probably around $15,000 there in Google licensing. Let's see. So we had to replace some court security cameras here at the courthouse, and those took about $4,900 out of my maintenance services line. That was not budgeted. It was unexpected. The remaining expenses that we have slated for that budget line are going to come later on this year. And those are our endpoint protection software, which is for cybersecurity. Our cloud backup for Microsoft comes later on this year, and then we've got some firewall maintenance that also comes later on this year. So we should be, unless we have any unexpected expenses in that category, we should be holding pat right there.
You said it comes later on this year. How late?
I believe it's in June for both the endpoint protection and the Microsoft 365 backup.
That's total how much money?
We're looking at about 16,000, 16,500, somewhere in there. So the second thing is the IT equipment and software. So as I mentioned, we moved some money around from capital outlay to that line, and so that kind of covers our software, our network equipment purchases, any replacement computers. I know it was mentioned in the last board meeting, maybe we don't need to buy new computers. Well, as of October this year, Microsoft went into life on Windows 10. So any machine that is not eligible to upgrade, meaning we can replace parts and get it up to speed, has to be replaced. But we've got many vendors out there, and we try to get the best price possible. I've been getting some desktops for as little as $250 per desktop. Laptops, $350, $400 to use some of our sources.
What he's not telling the people that he's giving them to is that they're refurbished. So nothing wrong with that, but people will say, well, they're not getting new. Well, they're getting what they need, but it's refurbished. He's doing a great job of keeping the cost down with that.
We're compliant with Microsoft. That keeps us out of their sites, and that's a good place to be. So let's see. Cybersecurity grant funding, and I've spoke on Arctic Wolf to you guys before, so I won't get a great deal into that. But again, just to sum up, in 2023, we got a $188,000 grant to be used for cybersecurity measures. Though, of course, those monies obviously are not coming from county coffers, so no expense to the taxpayers, but we're now able to provide 24/7, 365 monitoring of our networking equipment, our infrastructure, our computers, by Arctic Wolf at the courthouse for what departments we support here, and at the Justice Center for all departments that we support there. So that's a big deal. We were able to pay for that through December of 2026 with that grant. If we want to continue those services after, I believe I mentioned that in the last presentation on Arctic Wolf, we're probably looking at about $38,000 that'll have to be budgeted if we want to continue those. As a IT professional for some time, I would be a proponent of continuing those, because the services, the data that we get on foreign hacks and those kinds of things is just phenomenal, and it really helps us defend our data.
We get good participation from everybody on that.
Yes, yeah. That's another thing it provides is user education on, simulated phishing emails and things of that nature that it sends out. Just little 1 to 3 minute videos and we've gotten good feedback on that, and the schools use it as well. So that's one thing, and also another grant funded item that was at no cost to the taxpayers. We had a grant funded cybersecurity assessment completed by the Department of Defense. They came here in the courthouse and at the Justice Center, and they did a complete assessment of all networking and computer infrastructure. I'm not going to get into details to what was found for security reasons, obviously, but one thing I will mention that they did highlight was they recommended more IT staff for what we have. I would like to at some point down the line possibly look at getting an IT dedicated to the sheriff's office that would fall under our department. Their technology out there is immense, and it needs to have eyes on it, and it needs to have somebody to support it. And I would like to have, again, this was recommended by them as well, a full-time dedicated network administrator that monitors the networks at all of our locations. So Odie and I currently do the best we can with what bandwidth we have amongst ourselves to support all of that. But
do you think there'd be grants for the sheriff's department for that?
Yes, and actually, I don't know if it was mentioned today or not, but I believe they were able to get one that may provide, and Charlie can speak more to that, but may provide funding for 3 years for a technology expert to be there. So,
But they still need to work for you.
Yeah, they would still fall under my department.
Right, I understand that.
Yes, we talked in here about that. So, I've got a couple things left. I just want to speak on the support that I've had from our county administrator. Mike Hatfield's been immense with technology. That's important. Without it, we can't do what we've been able to do for the county, because one thing that I didn't anticipate when I took this position was the political environment sometimes that you run into trying to implement change and things of that nature. And we had bi-weekly meetings with Mike, and he was very gracious to meet with us twice a month, and we went over projects we were working on, things we were shoring up, cybersecurity was a huge thing that we were able to accomplish. And without his support and
backing, I think we'd be way behind the 8 ball on that and not been successful. So we certainly appreciate that. And another thing, and our Commonwealth attorney touched on it, and it has nothing to do with my budget or department or anything, but I think the many items that are in our county budget funded by grants through the state comp board or fees charged for services, that as a taxpaying citizen, just like Mr. Hall said, you know, we would like to be able to look at that and see that plainly. Hey, these expenses are not coming out of these county coffers. My taxpaying money is paying for this. It's not paying for this. And so what it does, it creates a misconception to the public that, hey, we're out here uncontrolled spending, and it's not that. That's not the case. That's not the case. And it would just help to be more transparent. And that's just a personal opinion of mine. Does anybody have any questions on anything?
You know, that what I do and give you all how we break down a penny of tax, or the 69 cents of tax. Maybe trying to figure out a way we can put that on the website for something that the public can understand. And I understand what Brett's saying, because if you look at it, his department uses the least of any of the departments, even though it's a high dollar department. So it's something we could, I'll try to figure out how to put it in a format that would make sense to the public on how much it actually costs the county for each thing that's going on.
Well, same line tonight. If you could put down our plan, that we did have a plan, and here's the details of that plan, make that available to citizens, because I've got some feedback in the last week that how did we get there, why are we there? If people realize, you know, comment I heard, you mean you spent over $1.5 million more each month and didn't know you spending that much? But we've had a plan, and we didn't know that the citizens know that we got a plan and what that plan is. So I think any way that we can get that out there would be beneficial to this whole board.
Okay. I will make sure that happens quickly. Both of those things I'll
Wes, thank you.
Thank you, Wes.
Anybody have any comments for Wes? Wes, thank you for what you did. You brought a long way.
Thank you, Elsie. You're over there head in the corner.
I would say these two have protected the county secure cyber-wise as much as the sheriff's department has protected the county physically. And, we've come a long way, and again, this is nothing negative about what we had before, but we've come a long way in the last, 3 years, is that how long we've been here? Almost three. So he's done what we hired him to do, and I'm appreciative of that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember he had a fresh shave when he got here.
I don't know where that beard is.
$17, 3 o'clock. If anybody would like to go with me, we're going to reconvene over there. There was a presentation given by the city of Bristol, and there's going to be an announcement that could not be made public during our meeting, that the city,
online too. So,
city of Bristol feels that we need to hear before we discuss further. There was a couple discussions about redistributing the money there was request to consider possibly half, or do legislation and, take it back to the General Assembly. So, there was nothing decided. Everyone was there, all 14, I think the first time ever, was there. And I think everyone except one county who is sending an alternate who can at least participate, but can't vote for next week. So we don't know what the announcement is, but we'll know next Wednesday at 9:10.
We hope it's good, Karen.
It's pretty significant. So.
The legislature against it, and Pillion and, Terry, I think.
On this end of the state were the words that were said at our meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what all we take from that.
So we all need to go with you dressed in camo.
Well, we need to, I know we won't have another meeting until January. And that was one of the things that I advised, and that's why they wanted to know if we could meet before, because I think the legislative agenda will be set by the 14th of January. Is that right?
Sounds right.
I think that was about right. So we will have a meeting on the 8th. But if there is some discussion that needs to come back to this board in anticipation of possibly some type of action, we could be prepared to do that in January prior to that legislation being submitted. So I'll look at the timing, get with Mike and look at that.
I know we're putting some pressure on Todd and Israel. It's on the bill. So get some pressure on that.
So, and I think that whatever this announcement will be significant. So that's my update. But next Wednesday at 3:00.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I feel like under that.
We having snow?
Probably didn't have enough time to get prepared for this meeting, but what we're looking at is any way between now and then that we can make cuts or that we can postpone buying anything near the end of the year.
We have nothing we're gonna
Cash
buy.
flow, that's what we're looking at.
We don't have anything we're gonna buy, so that's, we're good till, for several years, I would think we have to buy anything. The only thing you may have to get down the road would be a mulcher, but so far I'm keeping it running, so we'll just keep going as long as we can. But, trucks or anything like that, no, you won't need anything like that.
Compact.
Well, that compactor, I think it's about 1.7, so you want to kick that can as long as you can kick it. It's a very expensive piece there. But we just put a new engine in it, and I've had the transmission torque done, so I think you're good for, I think I can get you a couple more years before we have to do the wheels. Other than that, I think you can run that thing at least 5 more years. So
that's good news.
How are we on the shredder at blades?
I just had a set come back, so in the upcoming budget there on that, I think it's 5413 and 05, we always put 25,000 in there every year. 1 year's for blades, next year's for mulch, and that's, I do it back and forth. So if we have any money left at the end of the year, I usually try to pick up a little bit more mulch, so we have a little cushion there, so.
Well, if we don't get any winter.
Well, you have to have the mulch for the landfill, so you spray, whenever the weather allows, we spray every day.
You know me, I jerk you around a little bit.
Got to have a little bit of fun, don't you, Bob?
Yeah.
Really, if you look at the budget, if you look at it real close, we've been level funded for the last 3 years. And if you look down through there, I've made it work. We've only run over in a few places. Fuel, I can't budget fuel because we don't know what the price is going to be tomorrow. So, we're up and down in that. And the other thing I notice you probably can see is that professional service and other. Mike can answer more of that than me. It's probably due to your engineering costs. But like I say, that I noticed there are a couple back. It extremely went up a lot, like $300,000. Like I say, Mike would know more about that than I would. But the rest of the budget is pretty much right on course where it should be. Some places there's a little money left, some places we go over, but at the end of the year, it pretty much covers it. We operate on budget. So we will be level funded this upcoming year also. So we'll, like I say, as far as cutting anything, you all know you have convenience centers out there. You all provide the service of, 65 hours a week. That's something you may want to look at. If you close one day, like on Wednesday, for a year, that would save you $70,000. If you chose to not close Wednesday and do Sunday, that would be $35,000 savings per year. So that's the only place that you provide a service that nobody else does. You're open every day. Then you might want to look at these surrounding counties bringing you these tires. That price we put in there was, Lord, you don't know how many years ago that was. You're still way below what everybody else would charge for a tire.
We get more than double what we're
You
getting
could.
in tires and still.
There is some revenue to be made there.
Think about that.
So how much money are we talking about for tires potentially?
I would think you wouldn't have a bit of problem if you went straight to, even $70 a ton, you're still gonna be way below. Bristol, last time they were doing it was 100. So you're at 40. You've been at 40 ever since we started.
We're at 40 now?
Yeah. So you
if we doubled it, what's to 80?
Yeah,
75.
Yeah,
that gives you some room there for some additional money. So,
how much additional money? What's 40 bring us right now?
I think that thing probably brings somewhere around 75,000 a year is what it's taking in. Keep in mind, you'll probably spend 25 in maintenance every 2 years. You'll spend that. So, but I always keep you a set of knives on hand. So when the machine starts tearing the tire apart, that's when I take it down and put the new ones in it, and then we'll send the old ones off for repair. Last year I sent them off. I was able to find another vendor. We've been paying right at 20 to 22,000. This time I turned them around for 10. So we saved quite a bit of money right there.
If we raise that tire fee, do we have to have public hearings?
Yes.
So
So we
is that
could set that for, our January meeting.
I'd like to do that so we can
Let's do that.
act on that quick.
Yeah. Let's do that. Okay.
Jackie, what about these tires that show up at the convenience centers?
They use, try to get $1 out of a passenger tire. A lot of times people just throw them out and leave. But usually we turn in money every month. So, it's either $300-400 a month. Sometimes $150 to $350 we'll say is an average. It's what we get at each convenience center. We turn that in. Some of them's up, some of them's down. But I think the last time I turned it in was a little $200. And that's what
I'm talking about the ones that don't get paid for.
Well, then
They just dump them out and then leave.
Yeah, that's just something we have to eat, we don't get nothing out of it. But now, you still get money back from the state. When you shred those tires, you get $30, $32.50 a ton back from the state. So even though you take them, some people bring them for nothing, you still get a little credit for them when you shred them.
So if we were to double the cost of bringing them to the landfill, is that going to increase Greg Cross's budget?
More than likely, you have people who still want to try to beat the system a little bit. But that's just an idea. That's one thing you can look at is your tires. Another thing, you maybe look at a convenience center, there's some money there. Nobody offers a service we offer. So, like I say,
Jackie, I know when we close a day for a holiday, it doubles your workload the next day. So if we close one day a week, what's that gonna do to?
when we close on the holidays, the towns is really what gets us. Everybody goes out and they have to work that extra day and bring it in, but your convenience centers really doesn't go up any. I mean, the next day they'll come out and bring the trash with them. Usually, if the holiday's on Monday and we're closed, my guys go right out Tuesday and do their normal run Monday, so it doesn't really affect us. You just got more traffic coming in. But your towns and everybody comes down, they'll make 2 rounds on us. And like I said, we're busy down there. We've had to change the permit down there from, the last time we just changed it was 250 ton, and we're exceeding that, a couple times a month. And a holiday, you'll almost go 350. So Mike has been working on that to get that corrected. But like I say, as far as a convenience center closing, from what I know, it wouldn't affect anything other than just you guys getting the slack from the people.
Sunday would be the easiest day for you if it closed one day a week.
That's 5 hours a day. Sunday, a lot of people fuss and go on, but hey, man, post office is closed, banks are closed. Okay. You just got to say, hey, this is the way it is, and
People have got something they need to do or want to do, and it's trash.
Right. Well, either day I can make it work. Sunday's a 5-hour day.
We don't want it to be harder on you though.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be harder. They'll just give you an option where I know you're all in hardship for some money, so tires is one, convenience center hours is the other one. But other than that, everything else in here is, if you just go and look, I've been level funded for 3 years now and making it work. We always come in right where we should. So I don't have any extra money in there to cut no more.
I'm sorry, Jay.
If it's a Wednesday, we say how much money we close on?
70,000.
70,000
per year.
30,000 cents.
I don't think we get by the middle of the week. People would.
do Sunday.
Sunday you can live with, Wednesday, you couldn't fill enough phone calls.
But usually on Sunday, we open at 12. Those guys get hit just, a little rush hour at about 2 o'clock and it goes down.
And most people, if they realize you're not gonna be able to Sunday, go get there Saturday.
Are you gonna have to, if we do that, are you gonna have to lay anybody off, or will it just cut down on the hours for everybody?
Just take 5 hours off every other week for them, and all the guys, they wouldn't mind that at all, not being out there on Sunday.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we got all the information.
Well, like I say, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just giving you, hey, there's your one service for some money. It's all your own decisions, you all know that. You're the one that catches the flag. I just give you an idea.
Yeah.
Like I say, we know that tires is way below where they should be, and that'd be your other option. So you could easily pick up quite a bit of money right there.
Is $75 or $80 too much, or that cause people to throw them on the side?
Well, when you get away from here, they're $200, $300.
Yeah, you ain't charging, even when you go to that, you're still way below what everybody else charges. But I just see a lot, that y'all lose a lot of money right there with that. especially when it comes. I think it, like in your metal, we go around and pick all this metal up. That's anywhere from 55,000 to 70,000 per year you're getting off of that coming back. So that's a plus for you, even though it's a mess on the ground, but we pick it up weekly. So you are getting some money from that.
The majority of your tires are coming from dealerships and stuff.
Yeah.
So basically, right now, if you put new tires on your car and they keep the old ones, they're gonna charge you $2 to cover the landfill fee. They may have that for $4. So the people who are using it, they're just gonna pass it on to the consumer. So and then, Lee County, I think, brings their tires like that. I'm not sure how many they bring, but that would be just, they just have to pass it on to their people.
Yeah, you got Lee County, like I said, they all, when we first started this, and I'm sure you remember, it was 6-8 ton. It was off to go get them on a trailer, but now it's, they bring 15-20 ton a week. They'll come Tuesday and Thursday, so that's went up almost triple what we agreed on when we started, and you're still at $40 a ton. So you can definitely go after those two counties. Nothing else, you know what I'm saying, you can make them pay the tickets.
The city of Norton bring in,
Very few. If they do, we charge, but most, like I say, Mike says, most of the people in the tire business, that's one that brings them. That's where they come from. You will get a few people that don't want to pay the $2 versus the $1. So you get to have a number in there.
Anybody have any more questions, comments for Joe?
To Walmart to bring their tires?
Yes, you do get Walmart, you get, like Freedom Forward and all the places. Yeah. They're all pretty good about bringing them down there because, well, they got to. There's nowhere else to take them. Yeah. So you will get them.
Good.
But I think last time I run the numbers on that thing, I think it's generating about $75,000 a year, just the way it is. And then you've got less than probably $12,000 cost per year to operate. And then we're doing it with that C-Corp bunch now. We've got those people. That's free labor for you all.
Yes.
So that's a big plus there. And I was able, right now, I've got 3 part-time people that's not there due to having that. So that saves you some money there also.
Thank you for everything you do, Jake. Thank you so much.
Like I said, that's all I can give you. I mean, there's nothing, there's nothing else left.
Thank you, Jackie. We appreciate
Jackie, is our tipping fee sufficient right now? Just for regular garbage and for construction debris?
Well, you do have a little bit of problem with your contractors. They come down to the landfill. You actually don't have maybe just 2 or 3 contractors in Wise County now. It's all coming from their house. And, we're not going to fight and argue with them. They can, hey, I'm cleaning up around my house. And like I say, you get hit with a lot of stuff like that. So probably over the last 5 years, your contractor money that you used to get, you're not getting it now because they won't, come in and tell you, I tell my guy, you ask them where it's coming from. They say, coming from my house. Well, that's automatic, no charge. So that's a problem you do have there.
Looks like if they bring in a vehicle that has a company logo or sign on it.
We see that, but the first thing you do, hey, it's coming from my house. It's not coming from a job. So it's an argument if you just don't, you gotta just let that go.
Still got a lot of bear?
Not too many right now. They kind of got thinned out a little bit. Don't seem like we used to. They'll, it's not uncommon for this time of year. They leave and probably about April, they're back. Yeah, they do something about it.
Thank you so much, Jake.
All right, we good?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Jack.
Thank you.
See you. See you.
Good sight.
Hey, man.
We are dismissed.
Until tomorrow.